I think we're about ready to get started. We have a clerk, so that's the most important role. I'd like to ask everyone to stand, and maybe we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Dry?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, everybody. With the snow and delays and school closings, getting started a little bit late, and we have a number of people absent today because of the weather. We have new bills. I think we're up to 65 now. Thank you for that input. Just note also for future reference, we did get our third and final, I believe, cell phone bill. So I will be establishing a subcommittee to take a look at those bills. And we have a number of bills also on the subject of bullying. And I'll schedule a full committee work session one day, probably the week after next, to talk about bullying. And with that, I think we can start with our first bill of the day.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I see questioning looks around, and I just want to clear, we don't need a quorum when we're just hearing bills.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Yes. We like to have a full committee with substitutes if necessary when we vote on bills, but hearings, very often things like today happen, or we have to leave to go to another committee, things like that. So as long as there's someone here to open the hearing, we're good to go. So we'll start with the first bill of the day, and I'll turn the gavel over to Representative Dry.
Yes.
While Chairman Cordelli is going to the mic, I just wanted to remind folks who weren't here yesterday, but yesterday was Krista McAuliffe anniversary day and celebration day, and it was marked here initially in 2019, and that photo is the wall behind us. So I thought it'd be nice to just bring that up again. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 121 and recognize Representative Glenn Cordelli, prime sponsor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This bill establishes local special education advisory councils. We have a state advisory council referred to as SAC that we've had legislation last couple of sessions on. But this is a local advisory council, and the intent that this is to be parent-driven councils with parents of special needs children in the district. And I think it's important that it's parent-driven. It's not a district organization per se. It's a parent organization to look at special needs in the district. And just walk you through the bill, a couple of points to begin with. And I'll just mention that this is the result of discussions I've had with special education advocates. So that's the genesis of the bill. The Roman 2 on the first page describes the makeup of the council. And again, it's parents in the district. And if there are multiple towns in the district, there needs to be at least one parent from each town in the council. The meetings should be open to all parents with children with disabilities. And you'll see in Roman 4 the duties of the council. One, to advise the district on matters of education and safety of their children. Two is to meet at least quarterly with district administration to talk about the special needs program in the district, to look at development, evaluation, and planning for services to the children in the district who have disabilities. Providing input on the policies and practices and procedures in the district, and really as a means of more communication between parents with children with disabilities and the school administration. We've had, I can't count the number of pieces of legislation we've had about special needs since I've been here. And some of the testimony has been heart-wrenching to listen to parents, and I think that we can improve things by making sure the lines of communication are open between the parents and the school administration. So that's really the intent of the bill. And then on page 2, I'd like to see a workshop, at least annually, to inform parents and to answer any questions they have about services. And the council should produce a report at the end of the year that goes to the school board. It's important to deal with the administration, but the school board should know what's going on as well. And there was established by the U.S. Department of Education Office of Special Education Programs a guide to these types of parent advisory councils, and they have an website called Advocacy and Action. And just let me read the opening statement from the director, if I could. At the core of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, lawmakers and advocates established a team approach in which parents, educators, working together, review challenges, explore options, and make decisions in the best interest of each child. The very teamwork and collaboration that are the core of IDEA are also at the core of best practice in special education, these local advisory councils. An effective local advisory council takes the teamwork of the IEP process one step further, putting parents in the role of advisors who use their family experiences, unique perspectives, and expertise to influence the decisions and help shape programs and policies at the local level. An effective local advisory council is more than a meeting. It is an approach and a mindset that truly values the advice of parents. When parent advisors are valued and engaged through these local advisory councils, they can work together with school district staff and community leaders to improve education, not only for those with disabilities, but for all children. And I think that's a great goal, and really why I'd like to see these advisory councils in each school district. And the Advocacy and Action has many tools available for the local advisory councils to get started with, including sample mission statements and even startup checklists and flyers to invite parents to participate. So I think that this is important legislation when it comes to special education, and maybe is a step in a different direction than some of the other legislation that we've had in the past. and I ask your support. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming here and testifying. Well, not me testifying, but question on a clarification on it, line 4, the word shall. Why did you particularly put shall instead of may?
Basically, shall makes it a requirement for the school districts to form such a council. I believe there are some councils in place in some districts, but I want to make sure that they are parent-driven and not administration-led councils.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In the event that there is a district without a local parent-teacher organization, how do we, it is enumerated, I think, there on lines 9 and 10. How would you suggest that folks would navigate that?
I think an organic establishment of a council, I see as an option if there is no PTO or PTA.
Representative Terry.
Yes. Thank you, Representative Cordelli, for your very cogent and helpful presentation with respect to the introduction of this bill. Wondering if you could tell us all, were there other individuals or groups that contributed to your decision to bring this bill forward? Could you characterize for us the groundswell, if there is any, or any interest outside of this body?
Right.
Thanks.
It was just working with a number of special education parents and advocates that I know from their frequent testimony before this and the previous committee. So it was really parent-driven.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two separate questions, if I may, but I will ask for a follow-up as appropriate. The first one goes back to the comment about shall, which I appreciate the intent of shall. I think of school districts like the one in Newington, for example, where they have one elementary school in the district, and that's it. So would you be, this is up to 11 members. I'm trying to understand, where they would already potentially, the parents of the school district's made up of one principal. They don't have a large SAU or anything like that because it's literally one K-5 school. How this would relate to those teeny tiny districts without placing an undue burden?
Since this is really an organization of parents, I don't see that it would be a burden on the school administration or the school district itself. That's why I did not set a number of members of the council because of small schools and districts that have just certain grade levels, such as Newington or Croydon and others.
May I follow up?
Go ahead, follow up.
So again, thinking of the Newington School District, where there's 47 children in the school. So would you think that having one parent would be a sufficient number for a parent council? I mean, I'm trying to think proportionately to my district, which has 2,000 students, to create a multi-member parent group works, but where there's only 44 kids or 40-something, and some of them are sibling groups, how you're going to find parents who have the sufficient time and capacity to do this?
I think that would be a local issue, but I think that if there are parents with children with disabilities, they would want to take part in this. I don't think that there will be a problem in finding parents to participate, and it could be, 2 or 3 parents.
Yeah, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. With regard to the requirement that a district provide adequate space, resources available, one of the things that you have enumerated, I would assume falls under this line, but it is in section 6 on page 2, line 3 and 4. It talks about answering questions with the regard to the rights of parents. So my question to you would be in what is considered adequate resources, would this be also potentially legal counsel or some other entity advising parents of what legal rights there are under IDEA?
Not necessarily. If there is a workshop is outlined, that could be, those types of questions could be answered at an annual workshop. But the ongoing resources are more in the line of space. And if they wanted to live stream a meeting or something along those lines. Issues that I put that in because of issues that had come up with the state advisory council and issues in having resources at the Department of Education facility.
Yes, follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so the other question I did have with regard to the 11 or so members as determined locally, how do you determine, how do you ensure that a broad swath of special education needs are being represented within this group of parent advocates? There are a myriad of issues that parents deal with children with special ed needs. So I
didn't want to get into a number of parents with this category of disability child or that. I would leave that up to local decision making, but hopefully they would encompass various needs and service requirements of the children.
Thank you. So I guess my curiosity is then, are you asking parents to self-disclose a child's disability in the application form? Or I'm just trying to make sure that there is, when we're talking about making sure that all children are heard in a way that there are so many different needs with children
for sure.
IDEA.
For sure.
IDEA.
Yes. That's why I said that the meetings should be open to all parents of students with disabilities also. So if there is someone with a particular child with unique situation, they would be welcome. I know I have a daughter who's a special ed teacher and for many years did life skills classes. So that's definitely a unique set of students. And if there is such a class, I would hope a parent with one of those children's would be involved in the council as well.
I'm going to ask a question too. Do you see any connection at all between the state advisory council and any of these councils?
No direct tie. Perhaps the local districts could provide feedback to the state advisory council, and maybe a good practice would be for them, someone from the local council, to periodically be in contact with the state council or even appear at their meetings, and possibly have the annual report sent to the state advisory council as well.
Thank you. Representative Selig, then.
Thank you. Again, thinking about the makeup of parents as those representing children who have varying types of learning disabilities and other disabilities, I'm trying to understand how we're not violating the privacy of the student through this, because, teachers aren't allowed to disclose who in a classroom has an IEP or 504. Students who are receiving special education services in settings outside of the regular classroom obviously are identified as going to that room, but I'm just concerned that this, for students who may already be struggling with the stigma around having an IEP or a learning disability, and I speak from a place of experience around this, that having other parents see, oh, so you're one of those parents. And so I just wonder how this avoids that potential.
Yeah, I don't know how specific the organization has to be in terms of saying we want, a parent, with a child with, X disability or X learning impairment. And I don't know that at the council meetings, parents are free to disclose what they want to disclose. I don't think it's a requirement in any way that their child's situation need to be disclosed. So I'm sorry, I don't see it as a problem really.
Representative Woodcock, and then
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Representative Cordelli again, from seeing you earlier.
Good morning.
Glenn, I have a couple simple questions. I'm assuming the nitty gritty of the parent organizations and the selection and the application process, but it really doesn't say here who facilitates that, of organizing that. And I know now that some local organizations, schools already have that. I'm not sure why we even need this, but I understand that. But the part that, I'm assuming that's your intent, that they'll sort of step up and help out. The part that concerns the candidly is line 22 and 23 on the draft of this bill. And it talks specifically about this organization being part of the evaluation of district special education programs. And I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure how a parent advisory committee should be in the official role of evaluating school district programs, this program or any other particular program. And I don't know how that's going to play out. I think I just see that as a conflict between being advisory to the board, to the administration, and they say, we're going to be the ones who are going to help evaluate this. That really concerns me.
Right. I view evaluation more in looking and experience with the programs at the school and the parents advising based on their experience. I view that as the meaning of evaluation, their experience and observations of various programs and services. If there are issues with certain meetings, IEP meetings, I would think that they would want to the district would want to know parents' opinions on what is taking place and ways that things could be improved for the parents as well and the children. Naturally.
Representative
Thank you, Madam
Litchfield.
Chair. Thank you.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you for taking the question. Are you simply looking to give these parents of children with special needs a voice? And would the 11 members be completely voluntary?
Right. Participation is voluntary. Yes. And that's why I started out by saying this was parent driven. I want parents to have a voice and provide feedback as was outlined by the Director of Advocacy and Action. It should be a teamwork effort between parents and school administration to make sure that adequate services to those children are being provided.
Follow up.
Again, just confirming under the privacy issue, since they are the parents and it's volunteer, it would be up to them whether or not they share any of what is going on within their child's life.
That is correct,
Thank you.
in my opinion.
Thank you.
Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you. Just returning for a moment to lines 22 and 23, could you confirm or disagree with my reading that the role of the parents with respect to these meetings and participation in the planning, development, evaluation of the district special education programs, that they would be, the role of the parents would be contributory and not determinative because they don't have a vote and they're not charged with making the decisions.
Right.
So we're casting a wide net, bringing in, and I hate the overuse of the term stakeholders, but they're important people and should be heard. Would you agree with
yes,
that?
Yeah, I don't.
Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, I don't anticipate or see that evaluation would mean any kind of scorecard and grading of programs, anything like that. It's
Thank you.
right, based on experience.
Thanks.
Representative Murray and then Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. With regard to line 28 on page 1, the way I'm reading this, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is a council responsibility of this 11-person council to serve as a resource for parents, including providing information on state and federal rights to students. Is that what you meant, that the body itself provides its own information on states and federal rights?
I would think that they would be they would have information available, for instance, on the Parent Information Center that they could provide to websites, phone numbers, those types of resources for further information for parents. Disability Rights Center, Parent Information Center, those organizations.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. As you know, the State Advisory Committee is now disbanded because of difficulty in getting membership, so starting again at the beginning. So part of my concern is getting enough interested parents to do this as a and to just go on with that, and also with the composition of the committee itself. In advisory capacity, you have parents who have a lot of individual experiences and know a lot about the law, and I applaud the concept is great. I think that parents should be involved, and the workshop is an excellent idea to mandate an excellent workshop, giving them all that information. But if it is an advisory committee and you only have parents on the committee with their knowledge, there's no people on that committee that do have institutional knowledge on it. Would it behoove the committee to put like one educational professional on it as well? Thank you.
I would certainly see them inviting in professional people, maybe someone from the Disability Rights Center or even the special education advocate to come in and talk to the parents and maybe answer questions that they have, provide them some guidance. So I don't see it as a closed meeting between the parents, but certainly being able to invite someone in, much like we do with study committees.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
In addition to that, I was just wondering, since it is phrased as an advisory council, being on a school board myself, anytime we have any kind of advisory committees to the school board is involved in the selection of those members. The parent teachers associations, or that they serve a different mission. This is a very specific mission, and I would think that you would want school board members involved in deciding who might be on that commission. Thank you.
Were you looking for an answer? I took a different direction in terms of the initial organization.
Representative Murray, then Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the fiscal analysis or the methodology, it does seem to indicate that there might be some cost to the local community and local expenditures. So I was curious, because you are requiring certain things to be provided by the district, I wonder where we are at in understanding the scope of what the cost potentially could be.
I don't envision a large cost at all. Maybe at some point there might be some copying. I don't see a large cost factor at all here.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to make sure that I'm right. So the power of this committee is really through the parent-teacher organization, correct? In terms of the makeup of the committee, they make the decisions on who serves on it?
I think that there is section in terms of, I think there was something in here about vacancies. But it would, in the initial setup should be, again, by parents, I think. And the membership should be parents. I definitely want this to be a parent organization rather than a district district organization.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So, and thank you for taking my question again. So they're making it up. So the PTO is choosing the people on this council. Those PTO members may not be special needs parents at all, and probably not. And they're the ones that are going to choose these folks.
From the parents who indicate interest in being on the council. Yes.
So, but all of it, the makeup of the committee lies with the parent-teacher organization. If you don't have a parent-teacher organization, as was mentioned earlier, then that could be problematic. But, okay, thank you.
Representative Litchfield. Nope. Okay. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My other question is with regard to like the PTO, PTA status. I mean, as far as how they operate generally as a fundraising organization arm of
Right.
a school, does this potentially put any of those efforts at risk because we're commingling efforts between district initiatives and?
Yeah, I don't see that. They're just involved in selecting parents who want to be on the council. They're not going to be council members unless they have a child with a disability.
All right. Representative Selly.
Would you amend this to allow guardianship as well as parents, or does it have
Yes.
to be?
Yes, definitely.
This
Sure.
specifies parents and not
Yep.
guardians?
Yeah, it probably should include parents or guardians. Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Oh, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would you be open to any other organizations other than the PTO being the ones to decide this?
It's the committee bill, and I think that if you have other thoughts, you can draft an amendment. And I'm not going to. I don't have veto power or anything, so yeah, sure.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Representative. And I would like to call Heather Rondo. Oh, okay. And you're
Nicole Sheep.
Nicole. We'll switch that around. And Nicole, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee and Madam Chairman. My name is Nicole Sheaf. I'm a resident of Exeter, New Hampshire, and I'm a pediatric occupational therapist. I've been that for 20 years, and I'm also a mother and advocate of 4 children, ages 11, 16, 20, and 24, that all have disabilities. All my children have had individual education plans during their school careers. They've all received paraprofessional support. 2 of my children have been placed out of district, and 1 of my children have had several years in residential placement. I, being an occupational therapist, sit on both sides of the table in special ed. I'm responsible for writing IEPs and goals and services for other people's children, and also sitting and working with my school team on advocating for my children's goals, services, and educating them on my knowledge as a parent of who my children are and what works best for them. I have provided a lot of education materials for my team over the years, so they can decipher when my daughter puts herself into a display case because she's overstimulated, whether or not that's related to sensory processing, if it's truly behavior, or if she's presenting with some post-traumatic stress, which she does have. So really helping the team identify what it is and how best to work with her. Five years ago, I made the decision to quit my job as an occupational therapist. I was working 2 full-time jobs, managing my work and also managing my kids' schools, therapies, medical appointments. It was basically working 2 full-time jobs, and the burnout was, it was unreal. I was not myself. I've been working with school districts for my children for 21 years, as soon as my son turned 3. My first son turned 3. I have never had time over my 21 years of parenting to actually attend a PTO meeting. My time and my priority are given to my kids, their therapies, their medical appointments, outlining an IEP, writing notes, sending emails, making phone calls. My children have experienced isolation and exclusion by their peers and sometimes staff, and many times they're unable to participate in a school-wide event. My days typically are and were working 8-hour days as an OT, driving home, making dinner, going to various appointments, fielding crisis calls from the school, driving to 45 minutes to an hour to pick up my children, attending progress meetings and IEP meetings, and still trying to develop peer connections for my children who have no friends. I have no time to make food for the staff luncheon that was organized by the PTO. I have no time to organize a fundraiser for the school with the PTO. Anytime I had to dedicate time was helping my children with self-care, accessing their community, working, and sleeping. I've come before this committee to ask that you do approve HB 121 with amendments. I also ask that you review some attached material that I will hand out at the end, which includes legislation from established CPACs, which is the Special Education Parent Advisory Council from Colorado, Virginia, Michigan, and Missouri. A school district special education parent advisory council is one way I could work to advocate for my children's needs while also connecting with my community. This community would allow parents of children with disabilities and self-advocates to have a seat at the table and be heard. My family's normal is not normal for most people. So why would I expect those who do not live my life to know what is best for my children's education? I'm very thankful for Chairman Cordelli for commenting on the Advocacy and Action Guide that was produced under the U.S. Department of Education, Office of Special Ed in 2018. In my testimony, I've referenced a lot from that guidebook. It states that a CPAC can increase the proactive, productive involvement of families by inviting their input in ways that can be used to shape local special education policy. Families can provide direct input to school district leaders about policies, programs, practices, and services that have an impact on students with disabilities. By using parent input, a CPAC can help improve educational outcomes and well-being for all students, including those with disabilities, help identify unmet needs, and help shape the development of programs, services, and policies, as well as improve district culture, its purpose to advise, advocate, and offer guidance, and not to decide policy. And that is right from the guidebook. The Advocacy and Action guidebook that Chair Cordelli mentioned utilized information from 400 parent center leaders to learn more about interests and priorities for this guide. They completed interviews, detailed interviews with parent centers, and they used research from state level leaders. This information was collaborated from states of California, Connecticut, Iowa, Indiana, Kansas, Louisiana, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Virginia, and Washington. The amendments that I would request are linked to line 9 through 10, which states the initial council is selected by representatives from local parent-teacher organizations. Line 11 through 12 says subsequent council members, including any vacancies, shall be reviewed and voted by a selection committee composed of current council members and representatives from local parent and teacher organizations. In my lived experience, there is no guarantee that members of the PTO know the benefits, barriers, limitations of the district special ed process. I request the council amend by appointing a local school board where parents and caregivers would apply through open application process through the local school board. I also request that at least half of the committee be parents of children with disabilities or individuals with disabilities. Lived experience is necessary to provide input on policies, program, practices, and services that have an impact on students with disabilities and their families. Going back to the guidebook, it states that members from information gathered from other states that membership of a CPAC may include parents of children with disabilities who may have an IEP, school leaders, including district or county supervisors of special ed services or members of the Board of Education, teachers, child study team members, related service professionals, school staff, students and former students, adults with disabilities, school staff with disabilities, representatives from charter schools, from home schools, advocates for children who are homeless or in foster care, advocates for children who are in correctional facilities, nursing homes, or hospitals, and any parent or community member committed to improving education in the district. CPAC should be inclusive as possible. If you look at, like, disability is diversity. And if you look at a field of flowers, every single flower is different, but it still makes that field. So getting back to the concern of child privacy that was brought up by Representative Murray and also Selig. My story, when I tell my story, it takes back the power for my children and my family. Disability should not be shamed. It should be celebrated, and if we use universal design, then we can help everybody. Benefits of a CPAC help include outreach, positive relationships, collaborative problem solving, system change based on input, trusted source of information, information sharing, improve service and programs, and deepen trust with school leaders and families. Some of the research that I found is that for funding and resources for these district programs, the DOE offers some form of information, guidance, and technical assistance, and often partnering with PIC, and can help distribute federal funds to support projects to build, sustain, and improve these parent advocacy programs. State Councils on Developmental Disability are federal funded, and these organizations can help families like mine obtain grants and monies to help with childcare. How are some families supposed to attend these meetings if they don't have childcare? Mileage, making sure that that barrier is off the table to be able to get to these meetings. But looking at the disability, the DD Council for looking at some grant funding. Also using resources from the University Centers of Excellence, UNH Institute of Disability, being able to have the workshops that you mentioned, Chair, for these committees, using what we have. We have great resources in the state. So I thank you, Chair, and the committee for listening to my testimony and reviewing the references that I provide And again, I ask that you pass HB 121 with amendments for the appointment of council members by district school board and to ensure half of each local committee is represented by families of people with disabilities. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Selig and then Representative
Thank you so much,
Litchfield?
and thank you for taking my question and for your very impressive testimony. Would you also encourage, if it's a school district that has more than one grade, like an elementary school, but a district that has multi-levels, that this say that should it be appropriate, it reflect a variety of age levels?
Well, and I think that's how I read the bill, was that it was district by district. So to me, being in Exeter, I'm SAU 16, and we have 6 schools in SAU 16. So to me, there would be representation from all towns and schools on this parent advisory committee.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for sharing your story and for your testimony. My initial question, which I think you might have already covered, but initially when I looked at this and I was seeing PTO, I was kind of going down the avenue of, should we actually have maybe the school nurse be involved or a guidance counselor because they know the children's specific history versus having it out there with the PTO. Although I feel guilty saying that because there is no shame in it, and you made a great point, right? I'm just wondering if I could ask you as a parent and as someone in the field, how do you feel about that? Do you feel PTO, or do you think maybe nurse, guidance counselor, or just school board?
I don't think the PTO has, is, at least in my lived experience, the experience. I mean, there are members of my PTO that do have children with disabilities and do have IEPs. I'm not saying that, but I cannot say that a PTO is the expert on choosing members for a special ed committee. To me, it's by open application. And if we're building involvement with parents and teachers and special educators and the people who are making the policy, then the parents do want a voice in that. So to me, this CPAC is building a bridge between the people who are making the policies and the people who live the policies. And having that open conversation and having people with disabilities and parents and families and guardians who have children with disabilities express some of those things that sound like a good idea, but really when you implement it, it backfires. So really opening that conversation, and that's where I really see this committee thriving, is that it gives a way that as a parent, I'm not sitting at a table with all these professionals and I'm the expert of my children, right? I'm also an occupational therapist. So I do demand my goals are measurable and I highlight. So I have a different viewpoint. And I have more, I think, validity because I'm a professional, where I think a lot of my friends that are just parents feel like, oh, I'm just the parent. So I think a committee like this really puts everybody at an even plane. We're not making policy, but we're discussing policy. We're getting education. We're bringing in PIC. We're bringing in DD Council. We're bringing in information from UNH Institute of Disability. We're educating the staff. We're educating the parents, and we're helping to just work together. And I think that is how I took the point of this bill, and I may be incorrect, but I have testified, and if you'd like to know, I'm not going to tell the horror stories that you had mentioned, but when I tell my story, people are like, how are you even alive? And I'll tell you right now, there were days I didn't want to be, because it's really hard.
Thank you.
May I follow up?
Follow up?
Thank you. 2 parts, if I may. So I just want to confirm, I heard you that you said open application.
Yep.
Not through the PTO.
No, through the school board.
Through the school board. Okay, thank you. And then I had just assumed the 11 parents would be parents, all parents of children with special needs.
That's
Did I
not how I read
misunderstand?
that.
Okay.
I read 11 parents, and to me, my perception would be I I think because we're talking about students in general, disabilities and not disabilities, I think it's really important that you have a myriad of everybody with expertise, because ultimately we want inclusion. I don't want my son or daughter put in a room with a teacher where they have no social interaction except for at lunch. My kids haven't had friends since second grade. Like, peers feared my children. So to me, if their needs were met and their classrooms were set up in a way that benefited everybody, and you would actually be creating opportunities for students to become and want to be OTs, PTs, speech and language pathologists, teachers, principals, because they are then the peer teachers of children with disabilities. And then the benefits of my children have friends and peers and models. So I think, I wouldn't say it has to be all parents with and guardians with disabilities. I think I would request that half have our families and or self-advocates or staff with disabilities, because they have the lived experience. They know what's worked, what they've been through, what doesn't. And to your point, and I cannot remember who had said it, but that every parent and every child with a disability has had different experiences. And we work the best when we're collaborating and we're brainstorming as a team.
I don't want to interrupt, but could you shut the doors there, please? Sure. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I do have things to pass of myself.
Just put them down there. We'll pass them around. Thank you.
All four of my children are in the front.
Thank you. I'd like to call Vanessa Blaze, please.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much for hearing me today. My name is Vanessa Blaze, and I serve as the Director of Policy and Planning at the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. And we love it when parents come here and do our job for us. We are here today because we want to second our concerns about the stipulations in this policy. It's on its face, it's a great idea. We want parents with students in supportive education to have their voices heard. We believe that it's very important in the advancements of inclusion and integration in the education system. We have concerns about the membership stipulations, or what we think are lack of. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Members of our staff and members of our council sit on many advisory committees. Some of them are successful and some of them are not. And a lot of times it really comes down to how well the policy that formulated that advisory committee is written. A lot of times we go back to our statute and we look and see what is our committee supposed to be made up of? What are their goals? What are their responsibilities? So we really believe that this bill could use a little bit more work in order to give the voices that we want to be heard a chance to be heard. And we also want to keep in mind that, unfortunately, there's a lot of divisiveness in communities around supportive education because a lot of people think it's expensive. So we want to make sure that when we're creating an advisory committee, that it is created in a way that demands respect from the people who are involved, and not something that is going to become ineffective because of voices that are drowning out the other voices that should be heard. Because when we improve supportive education, we improve education for all of our students. And we have to keep that in mind. This is the aim for all of us. We all want our children to have the best education that they possibly can have. Our membership is made up of 60% of people with the lived experience of disability and or their parents or guardians, and they are very happy to have the opportunity to work with legislators on giving their input on what they feel would be impactful legislation. So please feel free to reach out to our council anytime, and we are very happy to talk with you. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So clearly you think the concept is good, but you're recommending some changes. You just mentioned really one specific one in terms of membership. Are there other suggestions you would make to make our statute better?
Typically, the council doesn't directly make suggestions about amendment changes. I can say that we believe that the application process and the theory of having PTOs formulate the committees would not give leverage necessarily in certain districts to the voices of people who should be heard in formulating the committee. We're also concerned about the smaller districts because, New Hampshire we're a weird state. We have big districts and we have tiny districts. And we want to make sure that if we're going to task districts to have this kind of advisory committee and respect this advisory committee, that we have to consider all of the different makeups of the districts when we're creating this type of legislation. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. So I understand what you're saying about smaller districts, there being issues. My question to you is, right now, you're correct. Maybe in certain districts, there are certain people that maybe they feel resentful toward that special education budget, and maybe they need more education on that. Wouldn't this be a great way to kind of bring light to that and to bring the groups together? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, in other words, humanize the situation where if you have, let's say, 6 parents of children with special needs and then 6 parents not or something on this committee, but you're bringing them together where you may forge bonds or friendships or see things in a different light that you may not have before. And it may even lead to inclusiveness to something as simple as a birthday party, which is not so simple when you're in 2nd grade because it's all relative. I just feel as though this bill might be a great first step to breaking the ice, and I'm confused about the hesitation. So I'd love to hear your feedback on that.
The hesitation isn't necessarily about forming the advisory councils. It's just cautioning that when we are developing this type of legislation, that we want to take those things into consideration. Of course, we want all parents to understand the benefits of providing equal education for all of our students. The smaller districts, it can be difficult for parents because they are a target of harassment in certain places because of the cost of special education. It's something that happens. It's unfortunate. We don't believe it should stop this type of opportunity for parents to be heard. We want to make sure that we are not creating an environment that would increase that type of harassment.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you.
And I'd like to call Heather Rondo.
Hi, thank you for having me.
You sit real close to the mic.
Sit real close. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much for inviting me up here. I am 100% for this bill. I have a almost 9-year-old son. And hearing you speak of your family, I know that someone had mentioned about maybe having a nurse. I think it was, choose. I come from a district that has 4 elementary schools, and it's all considered one district. There's not different wards in it. And I don't think, I know you had also mentioned where the school board maybe could help in choosing the parents for the committee. I don't think all school boards are aware of what we're being put through as parents. I think it gets to a point where and with confidentiality too, when we're brought in for an IEP meeting, we have to meet down in the lobby and then you get walked up to the same room. So everyone knows why you're going to that room, because you've got the entire IEP team in that room. The door is closed, so they know you have someone who has an IEP or a 504. So there's no way of keeping that as, I mean, when you walk through the school and you're brought up to that room, everybody knows. She's here because her son has something. My son has several disabilities. I've been fighting his IEP since October of 23. We have not come to an agreement. And I had to learn all this on my own, and then I did end up getting an advocate from Concord. Immediately when the doctors had started noticing it, I went and took every book out on IEPs and 504s from the local library and read every single one of them. I've had a neuropsych done on my son. This school district will not agree to it. 38 pages. He has 11 eye diagnoses as well as 6 other diagnoses. He's on the spectrum. And when you try to, he has the biggest heart. He's not a behavioral, he's an introvert. So he can't express that at school without being scared inside those walls. So, and I know each parent has a different, I volunteered at his school in the office, and I know each parent has different, they see different things. Do I think having someone from the IEP team, so to speak, choose which parents? No. Because they ultimately have the final say. You can say how you feel, but ultimately they're the ones who make up that IEP. They're the ones who say yes or no. So I don't think that they should be able to, yes, they may know some of the things, maybe a special ed teacher can join in on that. I don't think the nurse knows fully to what extent. They may know some of the medical conditions, but ultimately when it comes down to it, it's us parents who know what we go through. I know, and I'll give an example, I get criticized because I don't ask my son the minute he walks through the door, how was your day at school? I can't, because that triggers him and he's in his safe place. So with this being said, I just can't, I think it would be great for a committee to be able to discuss these things and have them maybe meet up. So I know with board meetings, there's the non-public board meeting prior to. Maybe once a month have the advisory committee of the parents meet up, or have the chairperson of that committee go in and speak the concerns. Because right now you can't get into a non-board public meeting without going through a very long process to get there. And you could be denied when asking that. So in that aspect, I think I like the fact of having some parents that don't have a child with disabilities, but they don't all understand. They could sit there and look at you like, why is he having a meltdown? All he did was trip. But you as a parent know why he's having a meltdown. I know if my son comes home and he has a meltdown, something happened at school, but I have to let him tell me. I can't pull it out of him. So in that case, I guess with the privacy, there's no privacy in our district because you walk in, like I said, you walk into a room. And am I embarrassed of my son? Absolutely not, because I chose at 40 to have this child. That was a miracle. I myself have health issues, but it is literally a full-time job to advocate for them. And I think that had I not gone and learned what I did or read the laws in the library, I don't think some parents have time to do that. I only, because I am disabled, I had time to go and do it. So in that case, I 100% think it would be amazing to have this type of committee, to be able to have them voice concerns that we're having. I've been going to the budget meetings and the school board meetings just to learn, so I could see what the schools are going through. Maybe there's something I can do to help. So in that case, I'm 100% for this. But as to who would choose it, I don't know if I could go with anyone from the IEP team.
Let's see if people have questions.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody have any questions for her? Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for sharing. And I do want to say that your son is a miracle and he's very blessed to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. So my question to you is, and I heard you say you don't really know who should be the one to pick.
Yeah.
I don't know either. I don't know if the rest of the committee does.
Yeah.
My gut feeling is not PTO or PTA. I don't know if school board is best. I had brought up nurse only because of the confidentiality factor, although you're right, there probably is no confidentiality. Would you be comfortable with it being the school board?
If the school board was well aware of what issues were going on with special education within their district, then I would feel comfortable with that. I think there, in that case, there are a couple on our school board that would be wonderful to choose from them because they do see that. They're for the kids, and it's not all about money. And
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Thank you for coming in. It's always difficult to testify on something so personal. We appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Early on in your conversation, you indicated that, I think, if I heard you correctly, that you'd gone to the advocacy to get an advocate in Concord.
Yeah.
My question is, did that work for you?
We are still working. He is amazing, the advocate that I got.
So
Yes.
Thank you. So the process of having an advocate that's already provided, already knows the laws and all the things, seems to be working successfully in terms of more particular, perhaps better than a local organization, PTA people.
Yes, I'm also on the PTA for our district. So I do a lot of volunteering with that. But with the advocate, I know that there is only a certain amount that Concord has for the entire state.
Okay.
So it makes it difficult. I mean, he guides on Timothy's behalf, but what we want to say, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention my son's name, but on my son's behalf, he does advise on that. But in the beginning, I didn't have an advocate.
Okay.
I had to wait several months to do it.
Yeah, different issue. Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing that, thank you very much for
Thank
coming.
you very much.
I'd like to call Heather Barker.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. I am the Student Service Director for NHSAA here in Concord. Previously, I was a Director of Student Services in a school district, and before that I worked for many years as an administrator and educator in a large middle school here in New Hampshire as both a general ed and special ed administrator. I actually love the idea of a parent advisory council. In fact, as a director, I had one in the school district that I worked in. I would love to say I would fully support this bill. However, I think it does need some reworking. I think it's invaluable to have parent voice in an advising way. I do think there is a separation between advocacy when a parent needs an advocate and that avenue in special education and procedural safeguards and rights. However, I think as a director, when I came into my position, there was already an established council. They met with the director and the superintendent monthly. It could be virtual as we moved into that virtual place. It could be in person. It was usually a combination because some parents could not leave. They had things going on with their children. So it was flexible in that manner. We established, the parents established sort of the operations of it. We didn't have a formal secretary and all those pieces, although we kept notes and we shared those. We partnered it with I ran a weekly parent conversation, which was a Zoom call for any parent to come into a live Zoom and talk about what was going on in our district and things they wanted help with. So really creating voice for all parents. But this advisory council was really crucial in, if you look down at 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, 27, and 28. Okay, they did a phenomenal job at advising me as to what was going on at the different levels. So we had a representative for preschool. We had a representative for each of the levels in our district. There were 3 lower elementaries, an upper elementary, a middle, and a high school. And I also included an out-of-district parent because I felt it was very important to hear what their lived experiences were and to find opportunities for those children and youth to connect somehow in their communities since this is where they lived. So in terms of membership and all those pieces, it was homegrown. So I'm not suggesting you want to leave it up to homegrown, but I do think having, if you go up in that, the paragraph 2, as other members, other folks have said here today, I love the idea of an application process. However, it is very hard to get people to join things. So some people, these were all volunteers, or we sought them out. And I actually did not seek out parents who were having a wonderful experience with special education in the district. I was really interested in hearing from parents who were not having that experience. I also felt it was terribly important to understand as we were making policy or transition between grade spans, special education process, procedure, forms, as simple as forms. I did not know that all the different buildings had their own forms. As a parent moving through that, it changed every time you went to a new place. So without having had that advisory council, I wouldn't have known that. When we did things like at the high school, when kids would go home for testing, midterms and finals, all of our students who are in very specialized programs who were not participating in that also went home. I didn't know about that till parents told me that, and we made the change. So those students and their program people, because all that staff was there, we kept them at school. So there were wonderful things that came out of having that parent voice and that participation with the student service director and the superintendent. I had a weekly administrative council of our entire district, all the administrators. I had a standing conversation. There was a time every single month when I talked about what parents talked about, what were some of their concerns and issues, and we addressed those. So I came into that culture and I kept it going, but I found it invaluable. So for me, if we looked at having the PTA, I know just from my own experience and working in schools and also in the communities where I have lived, they're having trouble getting people even attending PTA or PTO meetings. So I'm not sure that's the right avenue. Maybe it is a school board member and the director. I think not having the director or someone like that participating to understand and hear what the concerns are, even if you make them a listening member, I'm not sure. I think you're going to miss out on that piece. Because that's how that can be brought to the district and actually have action take place. So this is an informing group and an advising group. But if we actually want to affect positive change for all students and our most vulnerable learners, we really need to have people at that table who can actually bring that forward to other places. I also love having the reporting out to the community, having that quarterly meeting with folks, with the parents in attendance. We did not do that. That's a great idea. So I think this is a wonderful idea. And with either amendments or some reworking some of the language, I would fully support this bill.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you just, I didn't quite get it at the beginning. What was your role in, two things. What was your role and what was the size of the district that you were working with?
Sure. So my role in the district was the director of student services, so central office administrator, responsible for overseeing all of the special education in the school district. And the size of the district was 3,600 students.
Thank you. Representative Murray?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So if I heard you correctly, you said you would be in support of stratifying perhaps the mix of cohort of participants to be preschool, elementary, middle, and high school age learners to make sure that you're getting a broad section of lived experience for those learners in those age groups.
Yeah, let me respond to that. So our group was actually, it was 6 members. They were all parents who had children with disabilities. I do love the idea of including a couple, I don't know how many. I think when you start to get too big, it's a challenge, right? But having parents who do not have children with disabilities is also helpful. Having an educator there, if you could do that, that would be great. Or other members. We had people flex in and out of that group. We invited people to come. In fact, we partnered with PIC, the Parent Information Center. We offered parent evenings and did trainings based on surveys that group working with me sent out to parents. What do you want more information about? A lot of parents wanted to understand the special ed process, to be able to advocate better for their child in IEP team meetings. They wanted training, so we partnered with PIC. I encouraged, and the parents actually went through the advocacy training. We made a brochure, that group made a brochure that went out. It was available at parent nights and at the beginning of the year, and it was online. Okay, they had a Facebook page, they had a social media presence, and they had their own contact information. So parents knew at each building, they could contact that person for help. And I often got phone calls from those folks saying that a parent, sometimes it was anonymous, sometimes they connected me to a parent who was experiencing difficulty around a situation, and I partnered with the parent and the school, right, to wrap around that situation. So there are so many things, positive things that can happen from this. I think truthfully, it depends on the size of the district. That's where I think there has to be some leeway in the language of how it's configured, because that's going to be important. So again, you can't say there's got to be a rep of all those places. But in my district, given its size, to me, it was terribly important to have all of those pieces so that you really understood that. And one of the other values was many of the parents who were in the upper elementary, middle, and high school had experienced preschool and the lower elementary. So there were some really great conversations about either things that had remained challenges or barriers, or things that had improved, or things we hadn't thought about. So I think when you start thinking about that's where I'm saying it might need a little more work.
Representative Selig.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Would you be comfortable if the makeup of the group was made up of people who not only volunteered to be on it, but who had made contact with whomever the special services director was for that district, so that they would be able to maintain whatever privacy they chose, but also in terms of, abilities and not or challenges, and then also ensuring that broader overview?
So having listened to the testimony that I heard, I'm not sure all parents would feel that the student services director, if there was a conflict going on between the school and the parent, would feel that that's the person. So I'm not really sure. For me, it was really very clear that I was very open to having that parent voice, and I'm not suggesting other directors are not, but I do think that might create hesitation. How it initially worked was I sought volunteers They met with me very briefly. There was no interview, nothing like that. I had other folks that were on that advisory council suggest parents. Parents came to my office and said, I'd like to be on this. So that was how it happened. But again, this was a grassroots thing. It was a local thing, an invaluable thing. So I think finding a pathway to create this opportunity for parents to have a voice and to truly be our partners in special education, which will ultimately impact, right, inclusion, general education, education for all children. We are certainly better together. So.
Good. Follow up. So would you potentially recommend an amendment that would say that each district shall determine the best strategy for creating the group based on the size and needs of their district?
With the caveat that perhaps you have, if you have a robust PTA, there's some membership from there helping with that. So that bridges that concern that some parents might have that, oh, I wouldn't be included because I've been in conflict. Something like that. I think there has to be some avenue for all parents to be able, if they want to participate, to actually be able to, if there's a possibility. I would be thrilled if there were so many parents that wanted to do this. That they were all applying. I'm not sure that will be the case. That would be great.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Final person, Becky Wilson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for taking my testimony today. For the record, Becky Wilson from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We certainly share and support the underlying premise of this bill to try to ensure that there are avenues and good communication between school districts, school boards, and parents with disabilities. However, to share some of the concerns from previous speakers, we'd like to just offer, we do have some concerns about some of the language in the bill and a few other points I just would like to make. We'd like to just remind, as the previous speaker said, many districts do have, I won't call them parent advisory councils, but student family partnerships, family school partnership groups focused on the provision for students with disabilities in their districts. I've shared similar experiences in the past as the previous speaker where those groups were from the ground up, that were born out of wanting to try to increase positive communication between families who have students with disabilities and the school district. Multiple districts, those were chosen in very different ways. All of the groups that I worked with during my time as a special ed director prior to my time at the School Boards Association also had an outside agency or association that facilitated those groups so that there was some equalizing person, either from the Parent Information Center. New Hampshire Family Voices does a wonderful job of helping facilitate those groups. And the role of the person from those agencies was really to help the group understand and decide how they were going to make decisions, how they were going to incorporate new members, make sure there were some processes in place to protect student privacy, things like that. Those groups also, the members of those groups offer to become mentors to families who are new to the district or new to the special education process in the district, so that those people had additional roles. The people that served on those committees all did that as a volunteer. They were sought out in many different ways, and the makeup of those committees was very personalized depending on the district in which those groups happened. So we would suggest potentially the consideration of having some other training aspect for the group if these were to go forward, which we feel is a very positive aspect of making sure that the group is functioning. I think you've heard in other testimony on bills, not this particular bill, about large groups of people trying to facilitate some of these conversations and some of the challenges that can come along with that. So we also would just want to be mindful of the fact that school boards by design are limited as to what they can and cannot know in terms of students with disabilities in the district. That is very intentional, given the fact that the school board is also the entity that is involved in student discipline hearings, manifest education hardship, perhaps some other types of hearings or information down the road in terms of students with disabilities in their district. Having them choose members of this committee and whatever information would be provided to the school board as a result of that application process could be of concern. I think when school board members then perhaps down the line need to be involved with these families in a different manner, we would want to be really cautious about the fact that while we understand that these meetings would be public and open to the public, and that there are minutes, according to this bill, minutes that are being taken that are also going to be made public to ensure somehow that those meetings are, again, there's some training and facilitation around what it means to have a public meeting with parents of people with disability or people with disabilities, things that could be potentially shared at those meetings, how that would be, captured in a way that would make sure that there's not even parents or students who are not part of that committee, that those cases are not being discussed at the public meeting, or how are those being recorded in the minutes, to just be really cautious about all of that and make sure that there's some ways to do that. We also just want to remind the committee that there are a number of school districts in the state that do not operate a school. At least 10, I think, at this point. So I'm not sure. They would definitely not have a PTO, I don't believe, nor would they have enough parents to make this group up. This bill is very specific about the fact that it's for every school district, so I think that would need to be addressed in terms of districts that don't operate a school, or how you would protect against student and family privacy in those situations, just to be mindful. But we certainly want to be clear that increasing positive communication between families of students with disabilities and the school district is something that we greatly support. This has been very successful in other districts that have done this on their own. There are a number of them. I would ask the committee to sort of reach out to your local school districts and find out if you do have a family school partnership team or some other version of a special ed advisory committee in your district, because many, many districts do this already. Happy to take any questions.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I do have two small questions, so I'll ask them. And the first question, I think you and the previous speaker had talked about training in some mechanism. Would this be an outside organization that would offer this at no charge, or would this be a charge to the local district? How do you envision that training, or where would that come from?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think it depends on the district and what the needs are of the district. So there's been many occasions where there are broad trainings that would be offered across the state and different districts in regards to parental rights and special education, the IEP process, the evaluation process, things like that that are really general trainings. There are districts who might, as a result of having this kind of group, identify some areas of need in their district, such as, how to have a collaborative team meeting, what to do if you get stuck as a team, what are some other area agencies that are available to support families in your area. Those kinds of trainings are really built from that committee making a decision about what are the needs of the district. And then there are times where maybe you have a district expert, so to speak, who could present that alongside a parent, or perhaps you're seeking out somebody to come in and do that training. New Hampshire Family Voices in the past has done trainings for districts on transition services for students who are aging out of special education, post-secondary options, post-secondary planning. We've done person-centered planning. We have done the right question training in terms of helping teams ask the right questions to get to resolve on something. So it just really depends on what the needs are of your district. Also, different districts, depending on what's happening in their district with initiatives like Science of Reading, for example, large school district and family training on what is the science of reading, how does that work in your district, those some sort of the district initiatives that are happening that would impact both families with students with disabilities and families without.
And a follow-up.
And then my other question was around those smaller, or those 10 districts roughly that you mentioned, and also those places where like DOE may already suppress data due to small numbers or things like that. So I'm curious to understand how this specific piece of legislation might impact that.
Thank you for the question. Again, I think the underlying premise of this bill is to make sure that parents and students with disabilities have a voice at the table with some of the things that they see that are of concern in their district. If there are parents in those tiny districts that have those concerns, the way this bill reads, there would have to be a council at every single district. I don't know if those families get incorporated into the districts where their students are attending school, perhaps, or So I don't know how that would work. It's just not addressed in the bill currently. If there's, you know, some amendments, we'd be happy to look at them and make sure that that concern is addressed.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That being the end, I'm going to close the hearing.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to the next bill on the schedule for today, which is, excuse me, if we could have a little quiet in the room. Thank you. The next bill is HB 398, requiring Holocaust and genocide studies in public schools to include the impacts on people with disabilities. And the prime sponsor cannot be here today, so I'll ask Representative Litchfield to introduce the bill.
Good morning. Representative Melissa Litchfield, representing Brentwood, Danville, and Fremont. The prime sponsor of this bill, Lori Ball, had reached out to me last minute. She had some unforeseen circumstances and she was not able to make it today. This bill has been brought forward on behalf of a constituent, and she mentioned that the constituent would be here today to testify, and they would be the one to have the vast knowledge of this subject. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one more card for this bill at this point. Bonnie Dunham.
I am the constituent, by the way. So I'm Bonnie Dunham, and I'm from Merrimack, New Hampshire. I'm here in support of this bill. And reason is because I asked around, and many New Hampshire students are unaware of how people with disabilities have been subjected to mass killings, forced sterilization, denial of education and medical treatment, and other acts intended to harm them as a group. In Nazi Germany, people with disabilities were the first group targeted for extermination. They started with murdering children with disabilities, and based on their success how they learned to be more efficient with killing those children, they moved on to killing children and adults using poison gas and what they called the T4 program. German Parliament Speaker Norbert Lammert said at an International Holocaust Memorial Day ceremony, it became the model for the mass murder that would follow in the Nazi extermination camps. The Nazis murdered an estimated 275,000 people with disabilities, but they are considered to be the Holocaust's forgotten victims. In my written testimony, I included a horrifying story from a documentary about one of the killing centers where the workers celebrated with beer, wine, and cheese. They essentially had a party when the 10,000th person with a disability was gassed to death. I've also included some examples with citations. I love citations of other attempts to harm or destroy people with disabilities as a group. Elie Wiesel wrote in his book, Night, to forget the dead would be akin to killing them a second time. People with disabilities who were murdered during the Holocaust and other genocides have been overlooked for too long. Please recommend this bill ought to pass so they are no longer forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking the question. As one of the House representatives to the state's Commission on Holocaust and Genocide Education, I'm wondering if you at any point reached out to the Commission to discuss this for their input and support.
I have not. The last time I spoke out about it was when the State Board of Education was going through the rules for that.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, do you know if they are being excluded in the topic of conversation right now as part of the program?
From my understanding from talking to students, they're just silent. They just don't, they're forgotten.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I believe that's the last card we have for this bill. So I'll close the hearing on HB 398, and we will open the hearing on House Bill 76, Tracking Special Education Complaints. Yeah. Yeah. 3, 6. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is House Bill 76, and the prime sponsor also was running late on this, so I'll ask Representative Morse to introduce it.
All right, I'm Brian Morse here to bring up House Bill 76FN relative to tracking special education complaints.
Great, thank you.
All good.
We have 2 people from the department who have filled in a card. That's the only other testimony that I see. Would Attorney Fenton and Rebecca Fredette like to come up? You can come up jointly or individually if you'd like.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Fredette. Dana Fenton just stepped out of the room quickly, so she should be right back. I am the administrator over the Bureau of Special Education Support at the Department of Education. We did want to just point out a few things that might be of concern with the bill. One of them was naming the school district. While we have lots of school districts that are very small and have a small number of students with disabilities, if we were to post some of those districts, it could be considered personally identifiable information.
What line?
So it would be on line 28. It says that we would post the name of the school district. I think that's the right one. And so that would be of concern for some of those smaller districts. We understand if it's a bigger district, we could definitely post them. And we currently do post complaints. They have been starting to post some of those. But our concern would be if it's a really small district, they only have about 5 special ed students. It might be personally identifiable for that district. The other concern was just that turning around a complaint within 30 days, we would need to redact everything and get everything, make sure that there was no personally identifiable information, and it just might be a tight turnaround time if it's just 30 days. But those were the only 2 things. We do currently track them through an Excel sheet, and we also do, Ms. Fenton's office also does post them online currently.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So do you think you do most of this already?
There are some data points that we probably don't post. I would have to confirm with Attorney Fenton just for the data points, but I think we do keep track of the date of the complaint was filed, the contact information, the respondent's information. I don't believe we track the name of the law firm currently. We do have a summary of the allegations. We do keep track of the dates for the complaint process and the status updates throughout the process and the outcome of the complaint. So we do all of those things. I think the one thing that I'm not sure that we keep track of is the law firm for the school district.
Follow up, yes.
So is it not easy to find, or is there is it easily findable on the department's website?
It's just, they just started posting them within the last probably 3 to 4 months.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm assuming that this bill probably has arisen from some of the recommendations from the audit on the process, which I'm losing my thought here. So on to this, I see that these probably came out of the recommendations of some of these here, but I'm just questioning why would the law firm be an important thing to track?
You would have to. Thank you for the question, Representative Balboni. You would have to ask the sponsor of the bill. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. And just to clarify, you are concerned with some of the privacy implications by putting some of that information out here?
Yeah, specifically the smaller districts and the district name, yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I just wanted to be clear, because on the top portion where it lays out sort of the types of data that are being tracked on line 8, it does say the complainant's contact information, but then further down below in section 2, the complainant's information is not there. So is that being shared out, the actual name of the complainant?
As I read it, no. It looks like just this information starting on line 24 would be what is shared out to the public.
Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Attorney Fenton, did you have additional comments? Do we have any? You have a question for
President? Indirectly, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Once this bill is concluded,
yes,
I'd like the opportunity to speak directly to through the chair to Representative Attorney Fenton, as we had the issue I spoke with you this morning.
After this?
Yes, after this is done.
Okay. Yes, right. See no questions, Representative. Attorney Fenton. Thank you. Anyway, yes. Did you have a question?
I did. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Diana. Hi. So my question is, the department has voiced some concerns with the bill, and do you share those concerns? And are there other concerns that you see by looking at the language in this bill?
Well, I agree with the issues that were identified. I don't like the term having some concerns because, as I have explained previously, the department is here to provide technical assistance to identify areas of concern, but we don't support or oppose bills, as you well know. I'm sure that my colleague covered that currently the department in special ed complaints, we do redact the decision letters, and we have posted those on our website. That was found in the audit last year, and so we have taken steps to rectify that audit finding. And so I think currently on our website, you can find the letters currently that have been issued in 25, 2024, and 2023. And we anticipate that the letters that were issued in 2022 will be on our website as of mid-February.
So give or take a couple of weeks there. But we are currently in the practice of, or in the process rather, of posting those letters. And I'm happy to answer any technical questions as it relates to this bill as currently drafted.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. And I know it's not your bill, but would you see any reason why the name of the law firm would provide any information other than knowing who it is?
Thank you for the question. I think that's probably a question better posed to the sponsor. However, I would guess, and this is pure speculation, which is never a safe area to go into on public testimony, but I think the reality is this is a small state, and there are very few law firms that represent school districts. And there could be people that find that information just helpful in terms of what districts are getting support from what law firm. So I can see why someone might be interested in that information. Anecdotally, people will often ask the department, what law firm would you recommend? Is there an attorney you would recommend? And so I think, and to be clear, we do not provide that information. We are a state agency. We cannot recommend certain attorneys. But I can just tell you, as an attorney and as a citizen, and sometimes from the outside looking in, if you're not familiar with lawyers, it can be a little daunting. So knowing what firms represent what districts, I can see why someone might be interested in that. Anything further than that, and again, that's pure speculation on my part, I would redirect your question to the sponsor.
Thank you.
But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Further questions? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have maybe a couple of minutes until we.
Chairman Cordelli?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. You had a.
Attorney Fenton's there, man. Thank you. Good morning, Attorney Fenton. Just try to get you a question you weren't prepared for. Yesterday, I had 2 phone calls from 2 different constituencies dealing with Title I and with school meals, both concerned with the broad brush federal notice that came out, and asking, was the DOE going to put out advisories? They can't seem to get in. I'm not suggesting you haven't done anything. I'm saying they don't know where to go. They're confused, and I'm sure they're not the only entity that's confused. I was bringing up because I got the calls yesterday, and you happen to be here today. Representative Cordelli suggested that I ask you, since you represent the department, you may have some information for the constituency of all of us to have this impact.
Oh, thank you for the question. In terms of technical advisories, we are always willing as an agency to put out advisories to address areas of concern that people are raising. I have not heard nor have I received a directive to put out a technical advisory for that particular area, but obviously as a state agency, we stand ready to provide that information. So I'm happy to have that conversation with the commissioner and see if drafting a technical advisory would be appropriate. As you know, on our website, we have numerous technical advisories about a wide variety of subjects. So that is not an area that we shy away from at all. It is, however, I will say, a process. So I always just tell people technical advisories take time. Typically, I draft them or someone else in the department drafts them, and then they go through a revision process. So it's unfortunately not something that we can turn around in a day or two, but that is an area that we take a lot of pride in issuing those technical advisories. So I'm happy to have that conversation.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you. And maybe I use that as a too formal of a term, and I appreciate the fact that you people do those and get them out there in the public. But really just something to the districts out there now who are, I mean, they're just significantly concerned is just something to give them any direction before pending technical advisory because they're concerned and nervous. That's all.
I appreciate that feedback. I will happily talk to the deputy commissioner and commissioner about that and see what, if any, information we can provide. I see that one of my colleagues has moved up. I don't know if that's in response to this.
Thank you, by the way.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chairman. Are we still on the bill?
No, we closed the hearing on that.
Clear?
Yeah.
I didn't hear the gavel. I'm sorry.
Melissa White, Division Director for Learner Support, New Hampshire Department of Education. We finally received clarification from the U.S. Department of Education regarding the information that came out yesterday, and our commissioner submitted an informational piece, an email that went out to all of the school leaders to give them background information and to answer the questions. So title funds that are formula funds, IDEA funds, those type of funds are not impacted by the federal order that was placed yesterday. So it is just discretionary funds that they're looking at, putting a pause on the
Thank you so much for coming forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Sure, thank you. So our next bill is House Bill 388, requiring local school boards to issue public reports on special education in their district. And the prime sponsor is here, Representative Porcelli. Thank you for coming this morning with this bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli and members of the Education, Policy, and Administrative Committee for hearing my testimony today. I am Representative Susan Porcelli, Rockingham District 19, Hampton Falls, and Kensington. I sponsored HB 388 to require school district superintendents to provide reports to local school boards on special education statistics and make this information available to the public on their school district website. And I'll say right from the start, no personally identifiable information is included in this bill. And it would just be illegal anyway. For context, in 1975, Congress passed a comprehensive law protecting and improving the outcomes of children and their families with disabilities. In 1990, the law was reauthorized and changed to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. The IDEA federal laws include services that must be provided to children with disabilities in elementary and secondary school. You may be familiar with some of these provisions, such as individual education programs, or IEPs, free appropriate public education requirements, least restrictive environment, also known as mainstreaming, and the comprehensive assessment and evaluation process. These federal mandates are very expensive to administer, and the IDEA legislation originally proposed funding at 40%. However, Congress has only appropriated a fraction of the promised funding, resulting in an unfunded mandate, and shifts the costs for education of these students with special needs to states and local districts. Many school districts must make difficult decisions regarding hiring providers or eliminating general education programs. Last year, over 26 New Hampshire public school districts spent over 35% of their total school budget on special education costs that included instruction, services, administrative, escalating legal costs, and escalating transportation costs. Currently, to receive IDEA federal grants, the U.S. Department of Education requires that each state compile specific data and submit specific reports for review on a regular basis. The New Hampshire Department of Education works cooperatively with each school district to collect this data. What information is currently collected and reported as required by this bill? For example, the reporting that is already in progress and would be available through this bill include basic statistics about the number of students with IEPs and Section 504 plans and progress, the number of special education personnel in the district and total costs, costs for contracted services, costs for out-of-district placements, transportation costs, the number of special education dispute resolution cases, and total revenue received for special education. So why is this bill necessary? Well, some school districts could do a good job in providing this data at the local level. Not all school districts provide this important information about special education to school boards and taxpayers. This common sense bill would ensure uniformity and transparency about special education expenditures that are easily accessible to the public. You may ask, will this bill increase administrative burdens? No, because the reporting requirements outlined in this bill are already mandated by federal and state laws to comply with the IDEA provisions. While researching this bill, I had phone conversations with our New Hampshire Education Commissioner regarding overall state reporting requirements. I discussed reporting details with several in the special education office and had phone conversations with Washington, D.C. based IDEA administrators to discuss the IDEA program and federal reporting guidelines. No issues or concerns with the parameters of this bill were raised during these discussions. And I did this because I am not an expert in this area, and I wanted to make sure that the parameters of the bill were correct. As special education costs continue to escalate, access to current information will be crucial for school boards and taxpayers to accurately assess budget and make difficult decisions. Therefore, I request ought to pass for this common sense bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And when we're finished, if you would pass your written testimony up through the membership,
of course,
the clerk. Any questions for the sponsor? No. Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. As you've already indicated, you said that this information is already being collected and I believe posted on.
Unfortunately, not all school districts post this information. I couldn't get it from my school district.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
But you just said it was required.
It's required at the information is collected and required at the state and federal level. So this bill would take that data and make it available to school boards, and more importantly, post it on a school district website or have this information accessible to taxpayers. So that's where the disconnect is. We have the data and we're trying to make it more accessible because, for example, in my school district, I could not obtain this data.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think maybe this might be a question for the department, perhaps then following up on Representative Balboni's question. So I don't know if it's not you, then let me know. Mm-hmm. I immediately asked whether or not this information is already reported to the Department of Education and by any one of our new iPortals of Amiri are available to be viewed by the districts and also then transferred by the districts to their information and reports that the district communicates with one another. So that's question one. And then with regard, it seems like you're creating an additional, if I'm understanding correctly, a requirement for the district to post this data. And is there any concern with, again, those smaller districts where suppressions or identifiable information would potentially be there because the size of the sample size of those available for 504s or IEP plans is under 11 or something like that, and this bill is requiring that information to be shared on the district website.
Right, right. There is no identifiable information in the bill. There's no identifiable information. And although the information may be available on various state websites, the problem is it's just very difficult for taxpayers to try to piece all of it together. So this is just a simple report that is showing taxpayers, school boards, you know, where this data, a snapshot of this data in a very simple, easy to find format.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question isn't necessarily identifiable information per se. My question is about the sample size of individuals who would receive services are under that threshold and then being required to be posted on the district website, regardless of what other information may be redacted. I'm talking about sheer sample size of participants.
So if I understand your question, I'll certainly defer. So if it's a small school district and there's 2 students with IEPs, the information would reflect the number 2 students, not anything specifically identifiable for them. So then we could look at, you know, different parameters to understand what the cost of special education is for that district.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On line 23 of the first page, you are requesting the number of new special education complaints, and number 24, the number of current alternative dispute resolution cases. Going down again, you want legal costs. I just, oftentimes in my district, you're talking about cases that do only involve 1 or 2 students. So even if you're not personally identifying them directly, they're in the community and you're actually putting that information out there, and it could cause a lot of disruption, divisiveness in terms of parents against parents in terms of whose child is taking up all the money for special ed services. I guess my question is, do you see it that way?
No, of course, we're not trying to cause any concerns or issues within the district, but legal expenses are continuing to escalate, and that is a part of the overall special education funding. So, for example, when we see our costs escalating year over year, and these programs are mandated at a federal and state level, taxpayers and school boards just need to understand where that increased funding is required. So is it additional services because we have additional students that are participating, or is it these escalating legal fees that are utilizing a lot of these precious resources? And I think that is important information for, you know, school boards and taxpayers to understand, you know, what is that balance.
Thank you. If I may ask a clarification question. Are you suggesting that the legal fees that the districts are seeing and the increased ones are entirely from special services students as opposed to contract resolution disputes or negotiations or any of the myriad of other areas where school boards may reach out to their attorneys for guidance, such as if there's a federal cut to their food funding and needing to find guidance for how to make sure that they can continue to feed their children?
Not for this specific bill. It really is trying to look at the totality of special education costs. And of course, transportation and legal fees have skyrocketed over the past few years. So it's to get a better clarification on those areas.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and thank you again for taking my question. There are census numbers change very frequently and depending on the student body. So I'm again concerned a little bit, do you share the same concern that I have with potentially identifying a learner or a new community member by the cadence in which you are requesting this information and some of the ways that you're asking it to be enumerated, such as, quote, new students to the district?
Mm-hmm. I personally think that it's information that is very important to explain to taxpayers where obviously their property taxes are going to pay for a lot of these services. And we have seen, especially in my town, a dramatic increase in our property taxes, and we're trying to figure out, where is this additional spending? And unfortunately, one area that we don't have a lot of data for is in the growing area of special ed. We know the bottom line numbers that are increasing, but I think it's important for taxpayers to know what portion and what different areas are in that growth area, so that we could, they can make decisions about how to balance out their school budgets.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Good morning. Thank you for bringing this forward. I'd like to follow up, if I may, on Representative Balboni's commentary on sections 3. This information that's public record, this public document, you're suggesting that the reason this bill is here is because your superintendent wouldn't give you that information?
There are many different school districts in the state of New Hampshire that don't provide this information readily in one consolidated format to school districts. And again, more importantly, to the average taxpayer that, would just like to see, okay, where, what is the school spending? And I just want to be able to have that breakdown.
I understand that, but
It would be very difficult to find it was difficult for me to find some of this information.
Yeah, just clarification. I think I heard you say in your testimony because you couldn't get it from your school district.
As an example.
Okay, thank you. And just the last part, if I may, the other ones in HIJ, whatever those numbers are on the letters, that is all information that would be dialogue during the school budget process. And your school board would be asking the special ed director, what's this cost, what's that cost? And that's a public meeting that people go to, and then you go to the budget. So it's available. It seems to me that this bill is perhaps not necessary, as it's just duplicating what you could get at your own school board by just asking.
Is that a question?
No, no, thank you. It wasn't. It was a comment.
Okay. See no further. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person up is Aubrey Freeman. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, live in Bridgewater. I speak in support of this bill. As has already been mentioned, special ed is extremely expensive. It's like and it's getting bigger all the time. It's like a big black hole. And so it's time to actually see, you just see like a couple figures on like we're going through the budget. We have the deliberative session this coming Saturday. And so one of the people who's really interested in asking a lot of questions, I saw her list. I'm leaving the school district. We broke away, so I can't even participate in it, but I'm still in part of the district, so I'm interested. Anyway, she sent a big, long list of questions to the superintendent, and there were a bunch of them specifically about special ed. And it's true, other than you just look at a couple figures on a spreadsheet, you're not really getting much detail. How many teachers do we have devoted to this? How many students? You got to know the specifics. Looking at a few figures, 1 million, 1.8 million, it doesn't really mean much other than it's a big figure. So she wrote this email to the superintendent and him and the business manager they mentioned. We're working on getting the answers to you. This is silly. So this to me should be automatically available to the public. That's what this bill is about. It's all about transparency. They've got most of the information right there. And they're just, so you answer her, well, then somebody else might ask, why not just have it all up on the website? Or if you don't want the burden of collecting all that information again, put up the reports that they already do, which that covers almost everything. It doesn't cover, I think it's H through J or whatever it is, about the complaints, denials, legal expense, things like that, which there shouldn't be that much. But definitely the taxpayers would want to know about. And I actually heard about a school district that spent more in legal expense fighting a family that wanted the services. They spent more in legal expense than the actual cost of what the services would have been. And I think taxpayers would definitely want to know about that. So I don't think that part of the things that it's asking for, that shouldn't be that much extra information. Most of it can be done if they don't have time to collect it all over again, just those reports that they file with the Department of Education, just have the superintendent present them to the school board, and then then there'll be public information, and that's good enough. And then you don't have interested taxpayers that want to get to the bottom of things, emailing the superintendent. They have plenty of other things to do. So this should be, just put it up. Transparency is a good thing. What else did it? Yeah, it's, I say it's basically a transparency bill, and making things available. They're not that they're trying to hide things, but people really want to know, what are we spending? And is it actually accomplishing anything? That's part of the thing too, is the results. So just spending an endless amount of money, even if you find out how the details of it, are these making any improvements? Or should we just continue to spend more and more? What are the results? That's part of it too, is are you accomplishing anything? So I think you really can't go wrong with more transparency, and that's why I support the bill.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Karen Rosenberg.
Good morning. I had to look at the clock to see if it was still morning. I'm Karen Rosenberg. I'm the policy director at the Disability Rights Center. We're the state's protection and advocacy system for students and actually all individuals who experience disability. And we do receive a lot of inquiries from parents of students with disabilities. So I'm here to testify in opposition to this bill because I have some very serious concerns about it. Two, and I don't know which is most important, so you'll either one of them. One, I think it's patently illegal. I think it would violate federal law because as particularly in small towns, when you're looking at some of the data that would need to be released, it would inadvertently identify students. And we both under IDEA and FERPA, there are protections for student confidentiality and prohibitions against releasing records that would either intentionally or unintentionally reveal a student's identity. So that is a big concern. And I don't know that we want to put our federal IDEA money at risk by passing a law that, would contradict what the federal law requires in terms of protecting confidentiality. Secondly, from a, putting the law aside, even if it wasn't a problem that we'd be violating federal law, I have concerns about the impact of the release of information that could easily be trained so that a parent or someone in the community could identify who's costing what. And our schools are established to educate all children, right? Children with disabilities, children without disabilities. And the way that our funding system works, which is imperfect, you all have another committee dealing with that, doesn't distinguish between, what it hasn't looked at what it costs to educate a particular child with a disability or scrutinize how much it costs to identify them. And in terms of the federal funding mechanism, we wish the federal government contributed more. the amount that New Hampshire receives is based on a child count. And I think the thinking behind that is that, well, it doesn't all come out in the wash. It should all come out in the wash, but some students will, it'll be less expensive and some it'll be more. But basically, we're charged with educating all students and ensuring that all students have available to them a free and appropriate public education. And I understand that it's difficult as a taxpayer to look at your property tax bill and your school bill and see those bills going up. I'm a property owner. I see those bills. But I think we need to look at, what can we do to address education and education funding in a way that recognizes our obligation to educate everyone and doesn't foment divisiveness among our neighbors, our friends, our kids' peers, and their families. So for all those reasons, I highly hope that you will recommend that this ought to be determined and expedient to legislate. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Yes, Representative Morse. Representative Morse, go ahead.
I just had a question in relation to where on here would it breach federal law, just so I can kind of get an idea.
So the first thing to know is that under that under IDEA and under FERPA, there are protections against the disclosure of student identifying information, correct? And the way that that's defined includes information that would not just that would have like a name and a student ID number, but I'm just reading from IDEA, for example, a list of personal characteristics or other information that would make it possible to identify the child with reasonable certainty, right? So that's an example under IDEA. These are the kids we're talking about. So now if you look at the bill, things like I'm on page 1, I guess, So I'm looking at this list from the quarterly report. The costs of contracted services within the district by type of service and number of students receiving such contracted services. So in a small town, it wouldn't be difficult to figure out, like if you see a certain bus going by, for example, and you can see the kids in the bus, who's riding that bus? Who are the students? The number of, so there's actually a transportation one right after that. Or you might know that a student is blind and requires certain interventions, but how many blind students are there going to be in a district? So if you got a report that included, services for the blind from a particular, provider that's known to serve blind children, then you would know how much it's costing and it would identify that particular child. Same with, students who are in extended school year, depending how big the school is, that could reveal enough information to know who the kids are. So those are just a few examples. And some of this information, like the aggregate information that is provided to the Department of Education, is available with a 91A request, our right to know law. One thing to consider would be if I'm sure the Department of Education people are going to throw daggers at me, but since please don't, they have since they're the repository for all this information and they have a website and they post a lot of data already, perhaps that would be something that they could post because they're already posting a lot of data around the programs they operate and school and, measured success in education assessments and things like that. So that might be a way to get that information. I think information around attorney's fees also might be something, not that the Department of Education would have, but that individual districts could make available. I mean, they might have to under our right to know law.
Thank you. Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So for me, transparency equals accountability. And no one can have details due to privacy, not the school board, not the taxpayers. My concern is, if not this bill, then what? What do you suggest that we do? Because these folks, I agree, we educate every child. I have no problem with that. But these families are choosing to use public tax dollars. This is not private insurance they're utilizing. Every single other budget line, the school board and the public has an opportunity to go through. And I know as a school board member, there were times when I would push back on budget lines for special education, And first of all, people are angry, you're ostracized, you're evil if you question it. No, I'm just trying to do right by that student and the taxpayer. Sometimes there's something better that we can do for that student that no one is thinking of. It's viewed as this big black hole. So what do you suggest that we do just to make it better and to make it transparent?
Well, I think some things just may not be able to be as transparent as you want them to be, and I'm sorry about that. I think that, like, students' records and students' services and individualized education programs are just that. And our federal law requires that a lot of that information about a student be kept confidential. But we do have laws that define what an adequate education is for students, what a free and appropriate public education is for students with disabilities, and that they must be educated in the least restrictive environment according to their needs. And we have processes that are in place, both at the school district level, where we have the IEP teams, which you're probably familiar with, and who go through a process to determine what it is a student needs to receive a free and appropriate public education. We have opportunities for parents to dispute that, and for schools, if there's issues with what a student needs. We have monitoring and oversight by our Department of Education in terms of whether students are getting their needs met appropriately or not. And schools are facing financial challenges, right? We know this. So there's not like a built-in incentive for schools to try to spend more money. They need to operate within their budgets and budget constraints. So I think there are a lot of factors that can limit and do limit the amount of money that's expended for education for students with disabilities. And I think that there are mechanisms in place, like Department of Education oversight, like the the harsh reality that schools have to operate within budgets. That's really tough. And so I know from our perspective as, the Disability Rights Center, we end up representing parents who feel that their children are not getting enough, right? And so, or that they're not being educated in the least restrictive environment. And it is, I think schools do their best to make sure they're providing what the student needs within the, their ability to do this. And I think that but like I said, sometimes more often than not, the cases we get, we feel that there's not enough not enough services.
Thank you, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is with regard to page 1, lines 13 and 14, and I'm going to sort of tie this back to LRE, or least restrictive environment, with respect to naming the paraprofessionals in number and specialists by discipline. Is it possible that by providing the least restrictive environment and then reporting this data, we could be also identifying a student?
I don't know. I suppose it is possible, although I know that I live in Manchester, and I know that it's really not very difficult because they publish a list of all the city employees on the website and all their titles. So it's really super easy to find out. Like, you could find out all of this information just on their website. I don't know that every city or town does that, but you could get that information. And I hadn't thought about whether it would identify a student. I guess if you were doing it by school, that might inadvertently do that.
Follow up quickly, please.
And my other question then is, least restrictive environment just doesn't always necessarily mean mainstream, correct?
Oh, no. No, there's a whole, under IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, there needs to be a range of placements available. So the least restrictive environment would be to be in the general education classroom with your peers, with the students' peers all the time, 100% of the time. And then next might be that you're pulled out, or students pulled out like 20% of the time, or a little over 20% of the time, going down to different, maybe the student requires services that are not, that like a very small setting that's just not available in the school. So there's, they might need a separate classroom for part of the time. It's really that's why they're called individualized education programs. And so one student's right to a least restrictive environment may not be the same as another's. But New Hampshire does a really good job, actually, at making sure the lion's share of our students are being educated in our public schools.
Representative Selig?
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. Just thinking about the process of a student entering into special education services in some capacity, can you characterize the time that often takes for a family and the difficulty?
I'm just wondering, how's that related to our bill?
Sorry, if we're saying that we're going to identify the different costs for all of these different components, if there's a child with a with a more complex learning disability or a harder to diagnose disability, they may require far more extensive testing than a child who has a very easily identifiable one. So wouldn't those things end up demonstrating different costs that are going to go into here that are going to further isolate and distinguish the child?
Is there a quick answer?
I think it's possible. I don't know. I mean, the process can be, it really depends on the child, the school district. I mean, there are a lot of factors. There are evaluations that need to happen. There's a lot that goes into identifying a student as eligible and identifying what their needs are. Yeah, because we want to make sure that we're not, there are factors we don't want to over-identify children. We don't want to identify them as having the wrong disability. We want to make sure that our programs are tailored to meet their needs.
Thank you. Quick question, please.
Would you believe that the
We're not
district
going to
that
do
I
any,
serve?
what do you believe?
Okay,
I'm sorry, that's not a proper question.
Okay, question then. I don't know how to word it. I was in a district where there was a special bus impacting 12 students at $93,000 a year, going door to door, waking up the students. And if they got in the bus quickly to get to school on time, they would get dunks. And
what do you mean,
Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh,
and when I had pushed back on special education, saying what do we do?
I'm sorry, I don't see how that applies to this bill.
I was just trying to get to the bottom of the transparency, because the pushback was they could end up at Crotched Mountain if they're not getting to school on time and being transparent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, guys.
Bonnie Dunham?
Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm discombobulated. I wasn't planning to speak, so I'm going to have to turn my paper around and around to read my chicken scratching. I am from Bonnie Dunham from Merrimack, New Hampshire, and I am so opposed to this bill. I was hoping when I first read it, a smidgen of hope, that the purpose was to figure out how special education for children with disabilities could be improved, how we could identify some best practices, what was working and what wasn't working. That bubble was quickly burst when the words budget, cost came up way more often than the words children and students. One of the things was that somebody said that the budget, that this information would allow the budget committee to make difficult decisions. Decisions like whether a child goes to a residential placement, whether they get extended school year services, whether they get special transportation, are not made by the budget committee or the school board. They're made by the IEP team based on the child's individualized needs. And then they're included in the IEP and other documents. So I kind of had a flashback to when I heard from the School Governance Association that had been newly formed, and they provided a list of questions which included, how can we get out of providing special education? What if we refuse federal funds? Do we still have to educate them? How can shouldn't a school board member be on every IEP team so that they can make decisions? And that's not how it works. And it doesn't work that way for a really good reason. There are other problems with the bill. One is that it asks to have reports on the number of students with 504 plans making adequate progress towards their goals. Children on 504 plans don't have goals. That's what makes them different from IEPs. It's one of the things. Also, in terms of whether they're making adequate progress, even if they have an IEP, by adequate progress, is the meaning sufficient to achieve the goal by the end of the year, or because that's the sufficiency statement that's required in every IEP progress report, or what exactly does it mean? The number and cost of students placed outside of the district is really easy to identify kids in many school districts that way. Especially in small school districts, there aren't a lot of them. And then when you get into dispute resolution issues, I spoke a couple of years ago to a family who had a child in a wheelchair in a small school district who was planning to file a complaint because the school had redecorated the cafeteria and bought tables that were not accessible for a wheelchair. When asked to change that, they said it would ruin the aesthetics of the cafeteria. That was the only child in a wheelchair in that little town. If someone said, so a complaint was filed about accessibility for a child in a wheelchair, you know who that child is. And that family probably already goes to budget committees, having people meetings and school board meetings, in town meetings, having people point to them saying, you're the reason our taxes are so high. Any bill that would further that is just unacceptable to me, and I hope would be unacceptable to you as well. In terms of, is spending all this money accomplishing anything? The fact that children with disabilities are graduating at pretty high numbers here in New Hampshire, are going out to the world of employment, competitive, paid employment, and are going on to post-secondary education, that's the data that will answer that question. And that is readily available on the Department of Education's website through the annual performance report. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, questions?
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. With regard to 504 plans, is your understanding that most of them revolve around medical health needs?
No.
Or excuse me. And
was that
so medical and health exemptions, not necessarily related to a specific disability.
So sometimes a child will have a 504 plan because it's to provide equal access to programs and activities. So a child may have a health plan, health needs that are addressed to a 504 plan. Sometimes a child who has attention deficit disorder just needs a few accommodations so that they can have that same opportunity. They need preferential seating. They need to take tests in a quiet room. And so it's not so much a medical issue, it's an access issue. Having a special bus for a child who uses a wheelchair to get to school because they can't get on the regular bus, that's something that would be in a 504 plan if that child didn't also need special education services.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And we have one more person, Kristen Manchurami, the Office of Special Education Advocate. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning. As Representative Cordelli said, I'm Kristen Manchurami with the New Hampshire Office of the Advocate for Special Education. I am testifying in opposition to this bill, and much of what I would say would reiterate what both Ms. Dunham and Ms. Rosenberg have already testified to, so I'll try not to repeat all of that. I think that costs of special education are definitely a very salient issue. Unfortunately, our local education agency representatives are feeling themselves constantly constrained by this. So I want to emphasize that it is not that this is not on the minds of those in the school district. There are a lot of trade-offs they're aware of that end up being made in the budget between, if we have to go down this path and have these additional costs for special ed, it has to come from somewhere. But I think this is a question more appropriately dealt with. Even I think tomorrow there are a couple of bills being heard on special education costs, adequacy funding, and I hope to be here to talk specifically to costs. This does definitively have numerous ways to identify students. A couple of examples, when we talk about outplacements, there are fewer than 400 students probably in that category in the state. Many of our districts would have 1 or 0. And I was recently involved in a due process hearing and had the opportunity to find out that some of our larger districts have actually very small numbers of outplaced students. So 100% personally identifiable, and these are very high costs. So for a family, These are also costs actually that do appear in line items in the school district budgets. So there are ways to get at information, but to quarterly report on something like that, or to the types of service, again, as has been said, absolutely personally identifiable and really detrimental, I think, to families. Families are not necessarily choosing to opt into using taxpayer dollars for special education, just like every other family with a student. We think of that being, you use public education. Families sometimes opt out of using public education, but they're not opting into taxpayer dollars or even the concept of choice to use taxpayer dollars for special education, I think, has some problematic elements to it. Just for the sake of understanding as well, or clarity, Ms. Dunham touched on this a bit, but reporting on the number of students making adequate progress toward IEP goals, as the advocate for special education, I think, I would love to see our superintendents really focused on that, but I want to be clear on what that would entail. And I don't know that the legislature, if the legislature feels it prudent to do this, I think that would be great. But really, the only people with that information on whether a student is making adequate progress to the IEP goals, which is the standard, would be case managers for every IEP team for every student in a district. So you would be asking superintendents to quarterly have those discussions with every case manager, which might be a good thing. I personally think our superintendents and school board members need to sometimes know quite a bit more about the special education in their districts, but I don't think this is the way to accomplish that. And again, seconding much of what has already been said in terms of the personally identifiable nature and the inappropriateness of focusing on costs, because those costs are simply compliance with federal, and state laws. And, we need to look separately in a different way at costs of special education, not through public disclosure, because it's not a taxpayer decision about whether or not those costs get allocated that way. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Morse.
Hi. Thanks for taking the question. Thanks for letting me answer, Mr. Chair. So I just had a quick question because I keep getting a range of different numbers from various different school districts as well as paraprofessionals. So when it comes to average cost for a student with special needs, I've heard numbers anywhere between $50,000 all the way up to $250,000 per year. Do you have is that kind of accurate to say?
So I'm going to try to answer that somewhat specifically, and then also say I think I am going to try to answer that in some of the bills dealing with the adequacy funding that are also coming up. But we have multiple categories of students with disability that are reported, I think, out of DOE. But the vast majority of our students, we have about 30,000 plus students in the state with special education IEPs. The vast majority of those, let's call it above 25,000, are in the category of lowest need. So that 50,000 number, et cetera, would not be applicable there. And again, that's the vast majority of students. It is a number probably above any adequacy funding currently. Then you have another category, which are your students who are receiving, a significant number of services pulled out of the regular education classroom. Category B, fewer than 5,000 students. Your category C is your highest cost, and when you're talking about numbers that go up, above 50 or 75,000, you're probably talking about that category C, and those numbers can go very high, right? Those numbers can easily be 75 to 250,000 and higher. A very small number of students. So it really, to understand it, you have to get into the breakdown of those categories of students that we have for cost analysis.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you'll be seen around tomorrow with those bills. So that ends our morning hearings, and we have until 1:30, which is our next hearing. So you have plenty of time to get a good lunch. Yes, I'm going to go check them right now. Thank you. We're going to get started with our first bill. I just mention, in case anyone is here, for our last bill, which is 571, the Constitution Day bill at 4 o'clock. It is going to take a little longer than expected. So, and the prime sponsor is busy in another committee. So what we will do is just introduce it at 4 o'clock and recess it to a date probably the week after next. That way we can all get home a little earlier also. So, Representative Kitab, were you going to introduce this one? Great. So this is House Bill 677, requiring schools to maintain a supply of EpiPen injectors for use in the event of an emergency. And Representative Kitab, welcome.
Thank you for having me here today. For the record, my name is Representative Caitlin Kitab, representing Rockingham District 17. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill. Unfortunately, the prime sponsor couldn't be here. He's out plowing people out of the snow, so he regrettably couldn't make it. I hope that this bill will be a breath of fresh air from the normal partisan bills that this committee typically sees.
Which committee does that happen with?
In your dreams.
Up until last year, it was up to parents to provide the epinephrine to the school districts. And that law last year enabled the districts to provide a stock of epinephrine. However, it didn't require them to. This bill is requiring them to, because it is a life-saving medication. And unfortunately, in New Hampshire, we don't know how many kids have needed it in New Hampshire schools. This bill would require the tracking data. We currently require that if the districts use it, that they keep a report, but they're not required to send that report anywhere nor post it anywhere. So we just simply don't have the data to suggest, although this would provide us with that data. But when you look at national averages, there's about 6 uses per year per 100,000 pupils. And so to put that into perspective, Massachusetts does track the data. And in one school year, recent school year, it was 263 students that required the use of epinephrine to treat anaphylaxis. And of those, there were 66 students that did not have a prescription for epinephrine and used the school's stock epinephrine. And so about 25% of the time when epinephrine is given, there is no known allergy. And there are currently programs available through both. This is also adding in the ability to use Neffy spray, which is a new product instead of having to use the injector. Unfortunately, right now it's only available for probably, with the weight range it is, probably for 5th grade and above, although there is, from my understanding, an emergency application to allow that for younger kiddos, but it's not yet been approved. So there are programs available that actually offer this to the districts for free, and the districts only have to fill out one form for the entire district with the medication provider, and they will give them a stock of up to, they'll give them 2 epinephrine's per age group that they may need. So you might have an elementary school that needs, you know, the junior and the adult version, and they'll give them both for free, as well as the Neffy. The Neffy also offers that as well. So these can be provided at absolutely no cost to the districts, and if a district doesn't have a physician provider in there, our state physician has agreed to provide any district that needs it a prescription. So there would be no reason that this would end up costing the districts any money utilizing these programs. And again, it is a life-saving medication, and unfortunately a lot of times that first allergy happens, the parents had no idea that it was going to happen. So my now 4-year-old daughter, about a year ago, had some Nutella at my in-laws' house, and I was in the next room over, and about a minute after she started eating it, I hear her go, "Cito, my throat is really itchy." And of course I get up, and as I walk out, I see like all around her face is red. And my husband's upstairs another level, who's a physician, so I grab her and I'm like, let's get upstairs to go see Daddy. And by the time we get up, she's covered in hives. So it happens so quickly. And particularly in districts that might not have EMS that close by, even in Windham, like it's kind of a drive. You know, it literally could be the difference between life or death. And so all districts really should have this medication available. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing this bill forward as the parent of a child who has also had to have an epinephrine injection done on them. I empathize. I'm curious to know whether or not there is any possibility of getting adult doses, because oftentimes my understanding is even the junior dose, even with little guys, is not necessarily enough. So would they have access to a varying range of like the junior and the regular dosing regardless of age?
Thank you for the question. So this would enable the nurse to determine the quantity and type that the school should maintain. So assuming that most schools would probably have both, because you could technically also use this for staff. So even if you only had kiddos that were under, the weight limit, I assume that they would also have the adult dosage. However, typically using something like the nurse would likely be guesstimating, looking at the child, if they needed this one or that one. But in terms of giving a child that they knew was under the weight limit for the adult one, they would probably give the juvenile one, and then they would give a second dose if that was needed. But I don't think that this would allow them to just, for liability reasons, typically, unless your doctor gives you one that is kind of, using it off label, the label would say that the weight limit is, whatever it is, and it'd be up to the discretion of the nurse to determine in that moment, which they have to estimate weights for many things and in many other cases. So I think they'd be able to do that.
Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. With the AEDs, we've been trying to place them in a place where they are easily accessible, not behind a locked door, things like that. Is there any reason that we should maybe have to put this into this bill too, to make it be accessible?
So that's a great question. So I actually did ask this of the districts, and the way it was explained to me was that oftentimes they are in the nurse's office and not usually locked. They're not locked when the nurse's office is open. And then if the nurse has to leave the building, there are some districts that share nurses across the different schools, and so they kind of go to do med passes. When that happens, they have like a red bag that's kind of their jump kit, and they stick that into the principal's office so that it's available through there, so that in no time it's really, the kids couldn't accidentally get into it, but that it's not like left out on the shelf either. I guess if that kind of answers. Because I think with an AED, you can't, if you're not in an abnormal rhythm, even if you were to put that on to somebody, it won't allow you to shock the person. But with this, there's nothing to prevent somebody from using it if it was just in a box like that. I think that's the
follow up. Thank you. I think I understand that part. I'm just saying that even with qualified user and a qualified recipient, the access is timely, and we've been seeing that some of these kind of things are triggered outside, and so with a locked principal's office or a locked school, it's just kind of not accessible. How about that?
I agree with you completely. I think for the stock one, you have to probably leave it in a centralized location. I know for my daughter, it actually says that it can't be in a locked location. It has to be with her, like accessible to her at all times. So currently she's in preschool. So when she goes out onto preschool, like onto the playground, they have to carry their jump bag outside to the playground with her. And so I think the students, their physicians could write that it has to be with the student and not in a locked nurse's office, I would guess. But for the stock one, I'm not sure how that would work, because they would have to maybe stock multiple of them. Are you asking for the stock one or for the individual student?
Asking for the stock one.
Yeah. So depending on the size of the school, I'm not sure, like, are you suggesting like if the kids are outside, like also having one like in the playground area?
We haven't gotten that far with the AEDs, but it might be good of us to consider them at the same time because they're used in similar kind of situations.
That makes sense. Having multiple, especially if there's a big district and it takes a while to get from the nurse's office, to a playground or whatnot, that would be a reasonable option. And the districts can, this does enable them to determine the quantity that they need. So they could stock multiple in there. That's a really great point.
That's a good point too. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I having had to administer an EpiPen to a kindergartner when I was a teacher, I appreciate the value of this bill. I'm curious where this committee will be later, I don't know if it's today or next week, hearing bills that make it so that school nurses can't prescribe any medication or recommend any medication, how this bill would fit in with those bills, whether they would be because they seem to be contradictory bills that we're hearing, and how that matches up in terms of concepts, if you have any idea.
I have not reviewed those bills, but now that you brought it to my attention, I'll definitely review and ensure that we have an exception in there for this, as well as for albuterol, because I know that those are the two medications in this statute that we allow the nurses to stock. And so, those are both, again, life-saving medications that we need to ensure that there's exceptions for. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. I will definitely check, but I'm not sure the answer to the question off the top of my head.
Follow.
Thank you. And then the title of the pill specifies EpiPens, which is a name brand, which tends to be rather expensive compared to the generic versions. The content of the bill doesn't seem to specify that it has to be an EpiPen, and I just wonder about finding the balance where I know you're saying that currently there are programs that would fund this, but if at some point it doesn't, especially where they expire after a certain number of months and have to be replaced, I know from parents in my community they're extremely expensive when you have to replace them.
Thank you for the question. So EpiPen is just as a part of the title, but it's not at all a part of the statute that would be implemented. And the statute piece does say epinephrine autoinjectors, and then it does further define that an epinephrine auto-injector also includes nasal spray in Part 4, Section, right on line 2022. So I think that's just the unfortunately, co-sponsors don't get to choose the titles with these. OLS kind of takes the liberty to put, but the statute itself definitely does say it's epinephrine auto-injectors, because that is a really great point. They can be really expensive by brand name. So that's kind of just for the bill purposes, but then once the statute gets enacted, nothing in there would say EpiPen.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Does this have to be administered by a nurse, or can other people in the building be trained to do it? I wasn't clear.
That's a great question. So others that are trained in this can also administer, just like they can for a kiddo that has an allergy. And I know, sometimes people will ask, well, if it's not prescribed to the child, how would the teacher know that the child needs it? Well, the symptoms for an allergy are going to be the same whether the child's diagnosed with it or not. So the teachers that are trained in this need to be able to identify if there is an emergent situation. And I had never seen an allergy like that in my life, and I was able to quickly identify it. It's very obvious. So others that have been trained can do it. It's just the nurse that's determining the quantity of the medication. But in terms of giving it, it would be anybody that was trained in it.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up.
Do you know anything about the training? Is it just a simple training? No.
No, and Representative Dry might know more about it, but the Nurses Association does have quite the training on it. And I believe it's like a 2-hour training, but I'll let Representative Dry.
Since I am a CPR instructor, trainer, yes. Anybody can give it to somebody who it's prescribed to. You can help them with their medication. And since this is now under a blanket authorization, there shouldn't be any problem with that if the symptoms are there. And 911 in an emergency is always helpful, and you can get medical control for doing that too.
Thank you. Representative Murray?
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I do know, I just want to make sure, as far as I'm aware, anytime there is epinephrine used, the child immediately goes to either the emergency room or follows up with a doctor. So this is not like, this is a life-saving instance where somebody is trained. Some of these injectors also will talk to you and tell you what to do with them. So they're, one small point about them being stored outside, they're heat sensitive, some of them. So wherever they would be, I just want to make sure that it makes sense for them to be where they are. So to that point, I guess what I was trying to ask was, with regard to these, there's usually a follow-up after the incident, correct? With EMS or something else?
Yeah, and so there is a piece, in the statute that says that it would obviously have to be immediately reported to the nurse. And then their training obviously requires them to immediately usually they'll contact EMS first and then the parent, or simultaneously if there's two nurses in the office. And so I think that's covered under their training, which the New Hampshire Nurses Association does have. And it actually does state in the bill that a designated assistive personnel shall be identified, so that as many hours of the school day are covered by at least one person. So if the nurse isn't going to be there, that there is somebody that's trained on this that's always on site.
Great. See no further questions. Thank you very much for coming in for this. I think we have one more card. Nancy Biederman.
It has been a very busy medical day today. Nancy Biederman, just to let you know, because I'm testifying about something medical, that I am on the New Hampshire Rare Disease Advisory Council. I'm speaking for myself and not the council, and not for the council today. Sorry. Thank you. I have a different, first of all, I approve of this bill, but I have a point of view because I have a child that needed an EpiPen. I had a sibling that has had an EpiPen, and I have been a teacher in the classroom with a child that had an EpiPen. So the scariest of all of them wasn't my daughter, it was the child in the classroom, because all she had to do is touch something and she could go into an allergic reaction. And for that parent, paying for the EpiPen or any kind of auto-injector was very expensive, and she couldn't have multiple ones. Most parents have one in the school nurse's office and one at home. She can only afford one. So we would have to make sure that we had a bag that we literally passed back and forth to each other each time. So for that parent, it was very concerning the one day that, oops, we forgot the bag. And I had to ask my administrator permission. I'm like, can I go zip this home during my lunch break to this poor child? So they had it. Thankfully, we never had to use it, but that child's allergies were very, very severe. As far as having a child with it, it is difficult to figure out exactly what you're supposed to do with the EpiPen. I got maybe about 5 minutes training from the doctor. Here's an EpiPen. Read the insert and good luck. And hope you don't ever have to use it. An EpiPen is a stopgap measure. It's just supposed to stop the allergic reaction until EMS can arrive. And a lot of times if your EMS is from far away, and I used to be a lifeguard and they taught us this too, if the EMS is far away, you're going to have to give double dose if the reaction starts occurring again until they can get there. There is also another bill, HB 63, that was heard in Health and Human Services, and it was in regards to the auto-injectors that were the nasal spray. So that was heard on 123, and they included, just so that you guys are all on the same page, this bill allows authorized entities, including schools, camps, and daycare facilities, to possess and administer epinephrine nasal spray to treat anaphylaxis. The law currently permits epinephrine administration through auto-injectors. So so you might want to look into House Bill 63, and I think that's about it.
House Bill 633?
No, 63. 63. I was telling Representative Cordelli, I'm like, there's another bill out there. Trying to keep track of all of these is absolutely crazy. So, but again, we were fortunate. Our health insurance company provided 2 EpiPens. So my daughter was allowed to have one at the nurse's office, and we kept one at home. And so we didn't have to do the whole traveling thing. I also have a relative that has severe allergies, and she was a school teacher herself. And she had to make sure she had one on, and she actually had to use it one day. while she was at school. And her allergies are very mysterious. We never know when she's going to react. She can react to foods and she can react to smells. And so if there's an odor in the air, she can also go into anaphylaxis. And she's had 2 episodes of that. And the doctors can't figure it out. But thankfully, we have the EpiPen and medical people there immediately to help her. So.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for taking my question as well. The student that I taught, the smell of peanut butter 2 classrooms away was sufficient to send him into anaphylaxis. So I recognize the terror of that. We had to have a peanut-free school and among other things. But for people who experience this level of allergic reaction, or at least in your experience of people who've had this level of allergic reaction, how quickly do they go from fine to anaphylaxis, which is, blocking their ability to breathe, in what you've seen? And I recognize you're not a medical expert.
Yeah, no. I have my mom degree, is what I say when I talk to doctors. It would depend if that person had that trigger prior, but sometimes triggers can go from 0 to 60 and nobody knows why. It's a mystery. They don't know why someone will get a bee sting and be fine and another person gets a bee sting and need an EpiPen immediately, and another one will have just a mild reaction. My daughter's condition is cold urticaria. And so sometimes she can interact with something that's cold, touching, drinking, being out there, whatever. Sometimes she can go and she won't have any kind of reaction. And then another time she'll be something that I think is benign and not a problem, and she'll have a big reaction. And I'm like, why? It's the human body is a mystery, and they don't know. And so you literally have, and the MT expert can tell you, you have 6 minutes. If the throat is closed and that person is not breathing, you have 6 minutes till brain damage starts to occur. So it's, dire to have it. But unfortunately, if you have the auto injectors, the temperature thing is not going to be an issue as much as the liquid version of the epinephrine. So yeah, the nasal spray, it's because it's a powder-like substance, so you're not going to have so much of a temperature issue concern with having it on site. But more and more people are having allergic reactions every day, and can't explain it.
Any further questions? No?
Yep.
No. Thank you very much.
All right. I think I'm done.
We'll close the hearing on 677, and in 2:15, we'll start HB 532.
It's really the talking points.
Yeah.
Really?
Really?
Take the pen. Press it until it clicks, click, and then it goes 5.
It's 2:15, and the next bill is House Bill 532. And as with this morning, I don't think that Representative Ball is here today. Mr. Representative Terry? Yes. Would you like to introduce House Bill 532? Oh, I'm sorry. You want to do rocks, paper, scissors or something? Or well, thank you very much, Representative Litchfield, for volunteering to introduce this bill.
Why, you're welcome, Mr. Chairman. So my name is Melissa Litchfield, representing Brentwood, Fremont, and Danville. This is House Bill 532, relative to alternative dispute resolution and individualized education plan team meeting facilitation. The prime sponsor, Representative Ball, was unable to be here today due to unforeseen circumstances. We do have someone that is here to testify.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, first, we'll have Bonnie Dunham.
Thank you. Once again, I am the constituent who asked for this. My name is Bonnie Dunham, and I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire. I'm here as a private citizen, a parent. This bill is pretty simple. It just moves IEP team facilitation from the list of alternative dispute resolutions, or ADR, options that are in RSA 186C23, Roman numeral I, to its own new section right below that. This is important because ADR procedures like mediation, probably the one people are most familiar with, are subject to certain requirements that cannot apply to a facilitated IEP team meeting. For example, alternative dispute resolution proceedings must be confidential and no record can be kept of the proceedings. But a facilitated IEP team meeting is just like any other IEP team meeting. It's a regular IEP team meeting, but there's a trained facilitator who's impartial and helps the meeting run more smoothly, and helps this parent and the school district to work together to reach agreement, sometimes on issues that were in dispute. Other times they're asked to participate before there's a dispute to help people to reach agreement more quickly and easily using effective collaboration and communication. It's a best practice. IEP team facilitation can help IEP teams to reach agreement early in the process and ultimately reduce the need for more adversarial and almost always expensive regular dispute resolution procedures like a due process hearing. Any IEP team meeting, whether there's a facilitator there or not, requires a record of the proceeding, including what was decided, the reasons for the decision, a list of the evaluations, assessments, records, or reports used as a basis in making the decision, any other options that were considered and why they weren't adopted, and any other relevant factors. This is not allowed under the alternative dispute resolution procedures, those restrictions that are listed in 186C, 23, Roman numeral 4. This issue was actually first identified in 2015 when Senate Bill 166 removed facilitated IEP team meetings from the RSA 186C23, where it had been inserted a few years before. And in the House calendar for the date when that hearing was being voted on, the Education Committee explained the reasoning behind their unanimous ought-to-pass recommendation, writing, regular IEP team meetings are informal procedures, and during these meetings, actions or discussions leading to decisions are recorded. A facilitated IEP team meeting has a trained facilitator assisting in meeting procedure. IDEA and RSA 186C demand confidentiality and preclude record keeping during these meetings. This bill will remove facilitated IEP team meetings, so they'll remove it from that section. It won't be an alternative dispute resolution option any longer, but it will still be a dispute resolution option that the Department of Education will make available to parents and school districts who wish to utilize it in order to come to agreement more readily. And so it really is just fixing a mistake. And I thank you for supporting it. I'm just assuming you will. That seemed a little preemptive. I apologize.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Dunham? I just am wondering, in C23, there's Roman numerals 2, 3, 4, etc.
Right.
Does any of that also apply to mediation? I'm just wondering, there are time frames, etc. Are those different? Because mediation has its own section, C24.
So any alternative dispute resolution proceedings like mediation and neutral conference is the other one available in New Hampshire, are required to be confidential, no record. They also, whatever is discussed at the meeting can't be used in a later proceeding with certain exceptions, things like that. But then they have another section on mediation and another section on neutral conference that get at some more procedure-specific requirements. Does that answer that? Okay.
I think so. I just wanted to make sure that nothing in Romans 2, 3, 4, 5 apply to mediation that needs to be adjusted also. But, you know, looking through it, I don't see offhand the word mediation in those sections.
No, it was just facilitated IEPT meetings was the only problem there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Rebecca Fredette.
Good afternoon, Representative Cordelli. Thank you.
She's there.
Where'd she go? I'm like, where'd she go? So we had last year asked for this to be placed back into the alternative dispute resolution language in 186C24, not C24, C23. This was part of our legislative audit from last year that it was not in rules. It needed to be placed back in there. We placed it here because it is recognized as an alternative dispute resolution. It is recognized by the Federal Office of Special Education Programs as an alternative dispute resolution, and it is, when we work with our TA provider, Cadre, it is also recognized as an alternative dispute resolution. So while I hear the concerns that were expressed, maybe we need to look at it slightly differently and change some of the language to address the concerns regarding IEP facilitation, but it is an alternative dispute resolution, and that was why we placed it here in the last legislative session.
Questions? Representative Cornell.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question, but I just got confused. Are you for it or against it?
The department does not do for or against, right. So we just were explaining why we had placed it here last year when we put it through for legislation. It had come in up in our audit, so that was why we placed it in this section. It should be with alternative dispute resolution, but if you wanted to look at changing something, possibly changing some of the other language rather than moving it to a completely separate section.
Representative Chai.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. If we move it like this bill suggests, will your next audit turn up the same problem?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and I acknowledge I got a little tangled up in the different components of how you were explaining things. So sure. This specific process, the department moved because of an audit, if I'm understanding correctly. And it's possible that there's some concerns the way it's currently written in terms of privacy because of the way mediation works, or that we maybe need to change the language. I'm just trying to understand. Sure. I got confused.
Yes. So last year we went through a legislative audit for the dispute resolution processes, which are under Attorney Fenton. And in that process, they told us that IEP facilitation, which had been in rule, had been taken out, but we continued to operate IEP facilitation, and they suggested that we put it back into law so that we could continue to operate it. It's a very good, it is extremely helpful to districts, extremely helpful to parents. It is being used more frequently. As we talk about it more, it gets used more frequently. And it is considered an alternative dispute resolution process. I believe what Ms. Dunham had shared was that some of the language in 2, 3, 4, in that same section, do not apply to IEP facilitation, and only apply to the other two pieces.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes, Chairman. Good afternoon. Good to see you. If my assumption then, based on what you're saying now, is that given the bill as it's presented, you don't think it's best to support it based on the audit. And my second assumption is, if you don't, then you're talking alternative language. Would the department be prepared to provide alternative language to be used?
Yeah. So I am suggesting that it stay under alternative dispute resolution because it is an alternative dispute resolution. We had placed it back in because of the audit, but we chose to place it back in that spot because federally it's recognized as an alternative dispute resolution. If you wanted to leave it there and are asking if we would work on language, then we could do that, yes.
Right. Yes. Further questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I just want to double check and that I'm understanding. In rules, there was a change that removed this?
No, in law. So this is...
No, sorry.
Yeah.
It was placed in rules, though. It was removed out of statute and placed and granted rulemaking authority?
It was not in law or rule, but it was a practice that was being provided to parents. And so through the legislative audit, they said we needed to put it into law, and then we are currently working on rules for it. So it will be in both.
Thank you very much.
It wasn't anywhere. It had been, and it was taken out, and then they said we needed to. So the first step was the law, and we're in the process of working on the rules.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Question of the chair?
Representative Hall first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, to be clear, could you just talk one more time about how different it is than what Ms. Dunham talked about?
So how IEP facilitation is different from the other two processes?
Just the whole, everything you're saying and what she said.
Her comments compared to yours.
Like just, compare them. Otherwise, I'd have her come back up here and tell us again.
I believe the concern that Ms. Dunham expressed was that the other pieces of the legislation, so at 186C 23, 2, 3, 4, 5, should not apply to IEP facilitation. I don't want to speak for her, but that they should not apply to IEP facilitation because it's a different process, and some of those things should not apply to IEP facilitation, which, yes, it should not be confidential. It's a regular IEP team meeting. The only suggestion we are saying is that it is an alternative dispute resolution, and that was why we placed it in this piece of the law. And if we needed to, rather than create another whole section for the same thing, maybe consider changing some of the language to address her concerns regarding IEP facilitation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Representative Selig.
Of the chair. So would it be appropriate as a committee to make a direction for the rules process then around this rather than that?
I would think that, we could work with the department. If Roman 2, 3, and 4 do not apply to mediation, I think we could jointly craft some legislation to indicate that. Would the department be willing to work with us?
Yes.
On some language?
Yep.
Yeah. Beg pardon?
Would we be able to invite Ms. Dunham to participate in that meeting to share her concerns? Or
sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative.
I think I'm still a little confused. It's the right thing, but it's in the wrong place.
So it's in the right place, but some of the pieces in that place do not apply to IEP facilitation. So neutral conference, mediation, and IEP facilitation are all forms of alternative dispute resolution. Right. They're all recognized as forms of alternative dispute resolution. However, in New Hampshire law, as Ms. Dunham pointed out, section 234 all only apply to neutral conference and mediation. And so she had wanted to move it out of here and give it a separate section. I had suggested that because it is an alternative dispute resolution, that it stay here and we consider changing some of the other language to address her concerns.
Okay.
So just going back, just going back to my initial question before, then following what Representative Cordelli said. So basically, the department would be willing to create the additional caveat or carve out so that we could make both pieces happen. That's why I asked you before.
Yes. Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Anything further? Right, I think, maybe we can all work on a simple resolution to this and actually pass a bill.
Maybe.
We'll see what happens in exec session, right? Great. Thank you very much. With that, no one else that I see for this bill. So, so we have a little bit of time until House Bill 329, relative school district policies on air quality. And then, as I mentioned, we'll just have someone introduce 571 and be on our way, and I'll reschedule the hearing.
This is Laura's billing bill that she asked you not to schedule while
Yes.
she's gone.
673.
That's my email. That's my email when she's getting ready. And you can do the attachment that she downloads. You want to add something? Yeah.
Yeah, like an attachment. I don't have an icon. Sorry.
No, not it. It's fine.
Let's see.
That's what we're trying to find.
Yeah, here.
Okay, we are about ready for our next bill, which is House Bill 329, relative to school district policies governing air quality and temperature issues in schools. And Representative Sullivan is all set to go, it looks like. Welcome.
Thank you. Representative Brian Sullivan, representing Sullivan County District 1, which is the fine town of Grantham. Back in 1981 through 91, I was teaching in the city of Berlin, and it was a little while ago. And I had the pleasure of having a classroom that faced the south. And I have very distinct recollections of being in that classroom when the temperatures really started to soar. And things have not gotten any better since. HB 329 is a fairly simple bill. It modifies a current statute that deals with air quality in schools, RSA 200:48. And what it does is it adds air temperature to the air quality components that should be looked at when developing school district policy. What this requires a school board to do is to simply think about ways of mitigating high temperatures and other air quality issues in schools. And in thinking about it, they should write it into their policy. The more they can do to mitigate high temperatures or low temperatures in schools, the more they can do to make a environment that's conducive to learning. It's well known that as temperatures rise and get above 80, 85, 90 degrees in the classroom, the learning declines rapidly. So this does not require the school district to do anything specific. It simply requires a school board to spend some time thinking about the problems that are created by high temperatures in classrooms. So with that, I submit the bill, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Terry?
Thank you, sir. I have a recollection that a bill similar to this one came before Commerce last session. Were you involved with that? And if so, or you have any knowledge of that, would you explain to what extent this bill is different than the one that we looked at last term?
There was a bill last year. I'm somewhat familiar with it. I was not involved with it directly.
Seems very similar.
But it actually was far more specific with regard to the various temperatures where things would kick in and various things would have to happen. This one is far less specific and is simply, as I said, requiring the school board to think about ways of mitigating the air temperature issues without necessarily dictating exactly what they have to do. I think there's more dictating in the former bill.
Thank you.
Representative Litchfield.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Can you please help me out on page 2 on line 3? It starts on line 1. The Department of Education shall notify every public school in NH how to access the EPA Tools for Schools program and shall require public schools to implement the program. Exactly what does that mean and how would that impact things? Is there a financial impact as well?
Yeah, the Tools for Schools is a program that's been in place for quite a long time, and it is, I believe and I believe someone behind me could perhaps give more information on this. It's been a while since I dealt with it. In fact, I think I'll defer the entire question if you don't mind.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Damon. Welcome.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair Cordelli and committee. Good afternoon to everybody. For the record, I'm State Representative Hope Damon. I serve the 9 towns of Sullivan District 8. I am a co-sponsor of this bill, and I would appreciate your exploration and hopefully support. I think this is fairly simple legislation to understand. It requires school districts to do 3 things: establish a policy governing air quality and temperature issues in schools. The air quality part is probably already in place because that's already in statute. Secondly, specify approaches to preventing heat illness. And third, define an emergency response plan. The policy, according to the proposed statute, would need to consider methods of minimizing or eliminating poor indoor air quality and temperature conditions. The bill does not require any structural improvements in buildings or expense. It's just a first step to require districts to look at what concerns there might be regarding temperature and air quality and what mitigating approaches might be considered. I think probably everybody here has personally experienced the challenges of unhealthily warm temperatures distracting from our concentration. I know I did that in this very room last June when the sun was pouring in and it was late afternoon and sort of felt like the brain was cooked. Similarly, an unreasonably cold environment is not compatible with focusing on learning. And we know that we have many aging school buildings that were not designed for ventilation for the high temperatures that are increasingly common at the beginning and the end of our academic year. In September of 23, Stevens High School in Claremont, one of the communities I represent, sent students home at mid-morning because the heat index in the building was unsafely high for the 3rd day in a row. I think it is likely that if the heat index policy were in place, school would have been canceled for the day, not unlike snow days, thus saving the difficulties of closing abruptly and having students, some of them lacking transportation and other challenges. This bill will help schools make plans proactively. This might partly answer your question. The US EPA Indoor Air Quality Tools for Schools Action Kit that's referenced on page 2 is online. You can look it up and find it very, very readily. And it is designed, it specifically says in the intro, to help improve indoor air problems practically at little or no cost saving with straightforward activities and in-house staff. I am not going to say that I have read the entire thing. I've looked through it and appreciated that there are, in fact, I would actually characterize some of them as old-fashioned measures. I think about my mom being very conscious of you draw the shades or blinds or whatever window covering you have on the west side and the south side mid-afternoon, and you open up windows at night and let the cooler evening air come in. And I realize for security, we're not going to open the windows on the ground floor of a school. But for instance, Stevens High School is 3 stories tall. You probably could leave the 3rd floor windows open partly and let cool air come in, no cost, no risk or little. So just, it's not all that simple, but there are some simple measures that we could kind of get more focus on. And I also will just call out from the Indoor Air Quality Tools for Schools kit. They specifically comment that teachers can involve students and teach them about environmental principles when applying, and they're talking about applying things indoors and out. This bill is only about indoors. But I like that focus of saying, well, as we explore what's going on in our school in regards to temperature and air quality, let's make it a learning opportunity for students as well. And then finally, just to note, it's not just about comfort. It's about health, productivity, and that we really should be creating an environment in which kids can do their best learning. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? See, Representative Dry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking this question. So we've been looking at AEDs and EpiPens in the last couple of sessions and with an emergency action plan for those kind of things, because there's medical emergencies, but they have tools that we want to have available to use. I don't really recall any tools for heat illness emergencies and an emergency action plan, so I'm wondering what that would look like.
Thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. My thinking about prevention of heat illness went along the lines of educating and communicating about hydration, about layered or lighter weight clothing, lighter or heavier as appropriate. I frankly find it amazing how infrequently people adjust their dress to the different environment that they're in. I mean, to me, the same weighty jeans that are comfortable in the middle of winter are not what I want to be wearing in June. Not that we by any means are going to dictate to kids or staff what they should wear, but just a nudge, hey, it's going to be really hot here tomorrow. You know, you might think about wearing shorts or a skirt. And cueing hydration, especially with younger kids. As a dietitian, I am very aware that thirst is not as vigorous a sense as the other senses. We basically experience thirst when we already should have gotten more hydrated. So that could be helpful to that. I'm sure there's much more for preventing heat illness, but those are not tools in the sense of a tangible item.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Megan Tuttle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it okay if
Sure.
Brian Hawkins is with me? Thank you. So Chairman Cordelli, members of one of the House Education Committees, for the record, my name is Megan Tuttle. I'm president of NEA New Hampshire. We represent about 17,000 educators across New Hampshire. And I do say educators because we represent teachers and any number of the ESP, the education support professionals across. I'm an 18-year veteran 8th grade social studies teacher, and I do have 3 children in the Concord School District in public schools, and this is all relevant to the testimony I'm about to give. I will submit my written testimony online because there are some links to some studies, and if we did it in paper format, there would be almost a book. So that'll be submitted this afternoon for you, and you can click on the links to the different studies. I'll keep this short. Basically, as the Representative Sullivan said before, this is the start of a conversation. 2 years ago, September of 2023 is when this really first started. That week, there was that 1 week of school, the temperatures were horrific. It was 90 plus every day, humidity, it was awful. Nobody's learning in that environment. Nobody's teaching in that environment. Nobody's learning in it. Concord actually had a couple other situations that were going on at the same time. The water had high levels of lead, so the water bubblers in the schools weren't working at the same time. So it was kind of this huge, just perfect storm of everything that was happening that week that wasn't good. So we're in full support of House Bill 329. Sorry, I'm just looking through this. It wasn't just last year. We had instances this year as well, where in the beginning of the school year, the temperatures were reaching 80, 85, 90 degrees. I do want to point out, as Representative Damon said, nobody is comfortable in those situations. Nobody's comfortable in those temperatures, hot or cold. Last year, I think it was in September, the same week, the House and Senate actually shut down because the air conditioning broke. So we weren't at work here. You weren't at work here if you were here in that week, but the teachers, the educators, support staff, students were all still in school. And that's just really not a good way for children to be learning, teachers to be in the schools. Other states have implemented and enacted laws that are much more strict than what this is asking for, just a policy. Other states, New York is one that is implemented where they actually have some ranges of the temperatures, so the classrooms have to be between certain temperatures. We're looking really for this to start the conversation and let the districts come up with what their policy will be. We do know that every district's different. We know that even within one district, Concord, for example, some of the schools are much newer, some are older, and we know that a lot of the school buildings in New Hampshire, they're aged. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done for different reasons, but the air quality and the temperature really needs to be addressed. It's just not good. It's not just the heat in Runlet Middle School. A few weeks ago, I had an email from one of my son's teachers telling me that it was going to be hot in his classroom. They were fixing the heat. And so I thought, okay, an email went out. this is fine. So I picked up my son from school. How was school today? I was asking questions, and he said, oh, you know, so-and-so's class, it was really hot. I said, yeah, we got the email. We knew it was going to be really hot because of the heat. He said, yeah, but then I went to the next classroom. It was 57 degrees. So even within one building, 57 to sit and learn. And so even taking layers off, adding layers, I mean, this was in the month of December. So this wasn't even in the beginning of the school year from outside. Yes, it was something that was happening, but the temperature in the classroom was still 80 in one and 57 in another. In Berlin last year, the heat wasn't working in one part of the high school, and so they blasted the heat, and then they just put fans in to say, let's try and get heat in the other half of the building. That's not the ideal way to learn in any school. It's not the ideal place to work. And if we think about students, you know, their job is to go to school and learn. Not a good environment for them. So we're really looking to get this starting, to get this talked about, so that we can make sure that, you know, any student who's going to school does have those ideal conditions. And it's a starting point, right? We're not looking for those, you had mentioned the bill from last year. That was more strict than this one. It did have some parameters on it that we don't have in this one. So that's the difference between the two. And I think this one, you know, I think it's pretty simple, to be honest. So that's what I have. I can take any questions, but I also have Brian Hawkins here. He's the Government Relations Director for NEA New Hampshire, to either add anything or to answer questions with me.
The only thing I would add is just to add to President Tuttle's response to Representative Terry's question, which is that last year the bill actually specifically prescribed Fahrenheit temperatures in the bill. Obviously, this does not. And so just as an example of this not being as prescriptive as the bill that you saw last year. So.
Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. So on the last page where it talks about going from encouraging to requiring of the program Tools for Schools, does that require action? I mean, it sounds like that would be something that would make requirements, not just kind of think about, but actually do. Do you know what they'd have to actually do?
Well, so for example, I think Representative Damon touched on this a little bit. I mean, the toolkit has different aids for depending on what your role in the school community is. So if you're an administrator, if you're a classroom teacher, some of it is related to the the part of the current statute relative to the investigation of air quality that's done in each building. So a good example, I think, in the Tools for Schools program is what's the checklist of things that you're going through when you're looking specifically at temperature and not just, you know, general air quality. And I think, as Representative Sullivan said in his introduction of the bill, having a deliberate approach to looking at those things that won't necessarily be a cost item to, you know, there are different approaches to that can make significant impact on, you know, the temperature in a building. Representative Damon mentioned a few of them: shading, and really having the sort of proactive mitigation strategies, which can go a long way to avoiding these kinds of conditions, short of, you know, installing an air conditioning system where there wasn't one before. And we'd be happy to provide the complete link to the toolkit to the committee as well, so you can look at all of the recommendations that they have.
May I ask a follow-up?
Follow-up, yes.
Okay. So, and I'm just looking, it's because it's required. That's a big word to me. Implementing it, it looks like the Department of Ed is then responsible for making sure people know it, and then there's immunity if you did a good faith effort in it. Is that correct?
Yeah, so this current statute, I am not sure why originally it was just encourage, because I think, as Representative Damon said, I think there's a lot of common sense items in this. And as we said, school districts are going to be able to implement these in different ways. So not all of the toolkit plan is you must do this, you must do this, you must do this. Is here are the things that you need to look at when you're considering, areas of the building, for example, that are going to be problems for extreme heat.
One more follow-up?
Yes.
Okay, and I just want to make sure, because we're writing this down, is if you're requiring it and the Department of Ed notifies them about it, is the Department of Ed responsible for making sure that people are doing this?
As I read it, they are responsible for notifying them, and I would think that there would have to be a submission of the plan that the school has in order to confirm that they are implementing the plan.
Representative Terry.
So with respect to last year's bill, but also with respect to this year's bill, and you've described the differences between the two, is it the view of your members that this legislation would be helpful in the sense that it would move forward concerns and goals that they have that they cannot advance at this time because of certain constraints, financial and otherwise, and that in effect they need a nudge, let's say, from the state by way of state law in order to be able to make the schools a safer place. Let me just give rehearse back to the example of the school. I think it was the Representative Damon site in Claremont, where the forecast, no doubt, was it was going to be a very, very hot day. The students, the teachers, the staff came in the morning. It was virtually close to unbearable at that time, but so unbearable that they were sent home at the noontime, at midday. Is it your sense that, for example, with respect to that example, that the school administrators, I don't know about the teachers if they had a vote, but is it your sense that they felt that they had to do that, but they would have preferred not to do that and didn't have the power to be able to say, we're not going to come in today because the forecast is, because I can remember years ago, I want to go in the way back machine, that school was called off because it was flurrying in the morning, but the forecast was that by midday there were going to be 4 to 6 inches of snow and more by the time 3 o'clock rolled around. So the administrators made the decision, we're not going to have school today. But now we have a school that brings the staff and the students in, and they know from the forecast that it's going to be unbearable by midday and have to send everybody home. So they've wasted half a day. They've lost half a day, when it probably would have been more prudent for them to call off school, but that they felt that they needed to do that anyway. And now we need, whereas in my day, the superintendent had enough sense to, so we say, make the decision, we're not going to have school today. But now we have administrators who are saying, no, we need the state to help us do that.
And the question is?
Now we need the state to help us do that?
Thank you for the question.
We need state law?
Thank you for that. Yeah, at the beginning of the question, you had asked about the members, and I can only speak about what my members can tell me. I can't speak for the superintendents. I do think this is going to help, and the questions, concerns, pictures I'm getting from my members is that even early in the morning, on some of those mornings, the temperature was already 70-something in their classrooms. And so we have pictures from last year. I have some pictures from this year of classroom temperatures of the thermometers in the classrooms. So for my members, yes, I definitely think this would help because it would be already set. There would be something that was already there for them to know what would happen. And I think that little nudge, as you put it, would definitely help. One of the things that was brought up last year in the testimony for the bill last year was, we'll just have the teachers get fans. Okay, I taught 18 years in the classroom and I bought fans, and it's still hot. I mean, at that point, when we're dealing with the temperature, I'm not just talking about a regular hot day, right? 70 degrees is still hot out, but you can manage that a little better. If you put fans in the morning, blow the cold air in, it's not as bad. when we're talking about 70 something in the morning before you even get into the classroom and you try to put the fans in, all you're really doing, I apologize, all you're really doing is blowing that hot air around, and it's not doing anything. So by the time 8th period comes around, and again, I taught 8th grade, so you have kids coming up after gym class. I mean, you can imagine you hit the second floor going up the stairs. There's a spot where the air just becomes so thick, so stifling, you can't even breathe in it. And then you add in all those children coming in from other classes, et cetera. I do think that this bill and then potential future ones will help that. And my members do want this. You know, they want something that is going to give them that, you know, assurance that we're not going to be having to work in 90-degree classrooms when nobody's doing anything at that point.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to make sure, should a district already be exploring these issues, have gone down this road to sort of develop these action plans, this would not require them to start at zero, correct? They could acknowledge that they have already proceeded so far, or can you explain to me how that might work if someone's already down that path?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I don't know if Brian wants to, yeah, I can start it. My understanding is, yes, they would continue down what they're doing. If it's not a formalized policy, then I think this would just have them write it down into a formal policy. And you know, the good thing, or what I like about the way this is written, is that we know that there are schools who are already looking at things. We know that there are schools that, yeah, some of the classrooms do already have air conditioning because they're either facing a certain direction and they know the sun comes in, it's a science lab, they need, you know, whatever it is. But this would allow all the other ones that are not doing that yet to make those plans or to make those policies. And it does let it be catered to that district and that school within a district if they're different.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Maybe see you four as well. My question deals with the timing. Having been, when I moved to New Hampshire, the person called designee, and that designee application typically happened after the school was out and the youngsters were gone in the summer. When we had air quality issues, like a surprising amount of faculty or youngsters out of the building and sick all at the same time, if the union intervened, we typically would do a air quality, they're calling people, but pretty much based on the union saying, you know, assuming people are sick. Forget the kids, assuming people are sick. And then by the time they get it to be done, probably that issue had dissipated. So I'm looking at this as, and I'm not suggesting this is bad. I'm suggesting that the timing when it's June and the teachers are gone, the students are gone, the staff are gone, the kitchen's open, everything's all nice and clean, the windows are open, and we do our designee check. So that's the reality of that is what I find is I understand what we're doing here. I know Representative Ladd last year when they're talking the building construction of all the new pieces, you know, that looking to forward and then the hearing implications, all those things. But in our old buildings, or even new buildings we have now, that's the part that concerns me, that we check the air when it's the perfect time. So I don't know if you find that your school districts or districts you worked in, I just know when I was designee, that's when we did it. It's only annual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I honestly don't know when they did it in the two schools that I worked at. It wasn't something that administration came to the teachers for anything for that I was part of, so, yeah.
Yes, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just trying to understand why I think it's a worthy cause, but working from the top down, at the local level, has this been presented pretty frequently to school boards and they're not addressing it? And or during contract negotiations, have the adverse conditions been brought up and not addressed?
Thank you for the question. We're not always in favor of top down, but for something like this, I think it almost has to be, because if we leave it up to the local to do something or not do something, the chances they won't always do something. With negotiations, it would have to be negotiated, obviously, right? So it might not end up going through. And so the chance is greater that you're still going to have some schools that are having temperatures this high or that low, right? Because, you know, part of this isn't just the extreme temperature of the heat. We're also talking about the cold. And so that's why I do think this one should be top down, just so that it's everywhere.
Well, and just that, as I'm sure you see, these are learning conditions for students. And so if we're talking about having, you know, this be a component that every school district looks at as far as having a plan around these issues, it shouldn't be just for Berlin. It should be for Concord and Exeter and all the towns and school districts in New Hampshire. Yeah.
Any further questions? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll get this, the links, and we'll submit it online, and we'll add that link to the toolkit for you, Representative Dry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Becky Wilson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cordelli and members of the committee. For the record, Becky Wilson of the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are opposed to this bill the way that it is currently written. A similar bill, I think this was mentioned, was brought last year that did not move forward. We certainly appreciate the changes that have been made to this version of the bill and some of the concerns that have been tried to be addressed. However, we still have some further concerns and would like to seek out some clarification with this bill. As stated in previous testimony about this bill last session, decisions regarding temperature conditions and school buildings, whether it's too hot or too cold, are currently left to district admin and board's best judgment. We don't see a need for a specific school board policy to address this concern. We do see districts already currently balancing multiple needs, student needs, staff needs, the current conditions of their buildings. These can be difficult decisions. And then while we realize that bringing the kids to school and then sending them home 2 hours later, you know, in hindsight, potentially was not the best decision. District administration and school boards are making the best decisions given the information they have in those situations. There are some temperature issues that could come up in a school that could not be predicted necessarily simply just based off of the weather. And I think school boards and local district admin are having these conversations. We also would like to acknowledge the state of some of our education spaces within our buildings and their buildings themselves. As you have heard often in this room, building needs are far and many across the state. Building aid is at a premium. We have a lot of older buildings. Some districts may not be able to fund the changes that some of the mandates in this bill seem like they could require. As it stands now, we already have districts that are making adjustments to their day and to their spaces based on the current conditions of their buildings that they may or may not be able to mitigate with larger changes to the actual construction of their buildings. We do have concerns about lines 11 to 13 about the heat illness prevention and emergency response plan and mandating training to school employees on how to carry out the plan. We certainly want to prioritize student, staff, and safety. However, this is just another mandatory training that's going to be put onto the list of mandatory trainings that need to be provided to all school staff. The way we read this bill, it really would be all staff, not just educators or classroom teachers. I'm not sure when that training would need to occur. It could mean that there would be more professional development time that is needed or contract negotiations in terms of adding time to teachers' schedules to be able to have this training. And lastly, this last section of the bill, sections 2, in terms of moving from encouraging to requiring public schools to implement this United States EPA Tools for Schools. This is a program that's readily available online. However, it's 98 pages, and in all honesty, I have not read it completely, but it is unclear as to what, if any, costs would be associated with the Department of Ed requiring school districts to comply with this. We would respectfully ask that any costs that could occur as part of this mandated participation be funded by the state and not fall on the back of local taxpayers as an unfunded mandate. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. We have one more late entry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will keep it very brief. At the hour, and you're all ready to go home. Jerry Frew, Associate Executive Director, NHSAA. And I had not planned to speak, but when Representative Terry invoked the superintendent's name, I just said, probably better answer the question. But thank you for the question, although it was indirect, Representative. But to answer to your question, the superintendents don't need a state law to determine snow days and delayed openings. So I think that we've dealt with weather situations for a long time with heat and cold and whatnot. And that, it's not a perfect science, and commend the introduction of this particular bill, which is much less prescriptive than last year. We literally had superintendents anticipating that bill running around in classrooms with thermometers trying to determine whether they would have to be canceling school or not. If that's a good use of a superintendent's time, it's one more thing they do. But anyway, you know, we do appreciate the flexibilities of local districts to be able to make these types of decisions in the best interest of their children, their staffs. And, you know, Hudson called off school several years ago at the end of August because it was too hot. I think it demonstrates that it can be done. And so I will conclude with that.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. And that will close the hearing on House Bill 329. And as I indicated earlier, I'll stick around. We have a bill that's scheduled for 4 o'clock on Constitution Day. The prime sponsor is in the midst of testimony in Reps Hall, and the bill is going to be complicated due to a late amendment that we just got this morning. So I will hear any testimony for anyone who wants to stick around, and then recess the bill to a later date, probably the week after next. So thank you very much if you want to leave now, and that includes the committee as well. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, right. Oh, we heard 129 earlier in the day, I think, maybe.
No, 129 was what I wrote the blurb on last night.
Oh, that's right.
That's what's in your brain.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. House Bill 571. Is there anyone who would like to testify on that bill? Seeing no one. We do have an amendment that was passed out to the committee, and we will recess this hearing and reschedule it probably for the week after next. Thank you for the hordes attending this hearing, and I hope everyone has a great weekend.